pretty big deal tonight. Obviously, next week is going to be even bigger, though. But yeah, really looking forward to this show. Looking forward to what is going to be undoubtedly a massive week. There's going to be plenty of news, what with us doing that move next week. A little bit confusing as to where we got to go to watch NXT and SmackDown and all of that, because of course we know that NXT is not going to be on the network for us here in the UK, because the network actually shuts down tomorrow night. So I'm still under the impression that NXT is going to be on YouTube for us in the UK. So that's a little bit confusing. I haven't seen any communication on that yet. But outside of all of that, we do have a Raw to enjoy tonight. We know where to find that. That's in its usual place. That's going to be on TNT Sports. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty fun show. So if we jump over and have a look at the breakdown, we can see that CM Punk and Seth Rollins are going to be face-to-face tonight. We got Damian Priest and War Raiders. They're taking on Judgment Day. Iyo Sky is taking on Lyra Valkyria in the Women's Intercontinental Title Tournament semi-final. And we got Dakota Kai taking on Zoe Stark in the other semi-final. So Iyo Sky, Lyra, Dakota, Zoe, one of those expected to become the first ever women's intercontinental champion. Then we've got Otis against Chad Gable. A little bit strange that we're going back to that feud and that we're doing that match again. Well, I don't even know if we did it before, to be honest, but a little bit weird that we're going back to the feud. We have got this match tonight, and yeah, that means next week we should get the final of the Women's Intercontinental Title Tournament. We know that next week we're getting CM Punk against Seth. We know that next week we're getting Roman against Solo. We need to build those matches. So Roman's not advertised for this week. Solo, I think there's a good chance we do see him, because we need to build those matches. So, yeah, I think tonight's going to be all right, you know. I think tonight's going to have plenty about it for us to get excited about. I don't think this is just going to be a rubbish show and everything's going to be pushed into next week. We do still need to build that show. We do still need to create a bit of buzz tonight. So clearly next week is what everyone's focused on. Next week is going to be the show that everyone is going to want to tune in for. But hopefully we still get a little something tonight. So yeah, that's kind of where we are. We are working our way towards next week's show, the first one on Netflix. That is going to overshadow tonight. Hello to everyone in the chat. Let's go down. I can see Edwards has become a subscriber. So Edward, appreciate it, buds. Hope you've had a good few days. And LS Dub, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Says hello all. Obviously, we need to do the announcement of the Hall of Fame, which I looked at last night and was looking pretty good, but there's still time to vote. We'll have a look at it towards the end of the stream. It looked like it was quite close. So if you want to vote as to who goes into our Community Hall of Fame, go over to the Community tab on the channel and you can vote over there. There's 4 names. 2 people, the top 2, they go in. So get your votes in. I think I saw one person was like running away with it, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked all day, to be honest. We'll do that later in the stream. Hello. I can see people, lots of people jumping in. Last show before my surgery, said Justin. Justin, I hope your surgery goes well, buds. Christopher said, Daze, what's up? How was the 28th with the family coming round? It was fine, yeah. Everything was pretty good. I mean, I think I've learned how to pace myself. So actually, I wasn't too bad at all. It finished at like 2 in the morning. So by the time I went to bed, they came round again the next day. So I had my family on the 28th. They went like at 2 in the morning. They stopped at the hotel. They then came back like, I think it was like 9, 10 in the morning to pick up their stuff. So saw them again. But it also meant, like, didn't get loads of sleep because obviously needed to make sure we was up for when they came back. And so, honestly, just kind of catching up on sleep a little bit. Had to go out yesterday as well because it was someone's birthday. So I ended up going out in the day. So it's just been a busy weekend, really. It always is, so it's kind of nice to have that done. And so now we're back, and that's it. Everything back to normal. We're doing the stream. We're doing Unseen tonight. We did an Unseen earlier. We're back for NXT tomorrow. We're back for the Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. There'll be an Unseen tomorrow. Unseen on Wednesday. Like, that's it. We're done. We're back. I know it's New Year's Eve tomorrow, but that doesn't really mean anything for me. I'm not really bothered by New Year's Eve. I never really do anything for it. So streams as normal, everything as normal. And really we're just heading towards that first Raw on Netflix, which, as we said, is going to be absolutely stacked. Absolutely stacked. Kian said, hope you're well. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Can't wait for Raw. I did enjoy Unseen earlier. It cheered me up. Because I've been a little bit down. NXT tomorrow, can't wait, said Kian. Kian, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I was quite happy with Unseen. I was really pleased that it didn't come out as being crazy long. I mean, it still came out at 48 minutes, but considering there was 2 days to kind of catch up on, I was quite pleased with that. And actually, a good chunk of it was fun folder stuff, which I always get people telling me is one of their favorite folders. So I was quite happy with it. Yeah, the response has been pretty good for it as well. So, but, we've got another one coming up because obviously we're going to have everything with Raw and the fallout of all of that. So, yeah, it just keeps going, doesn't it? So if you've missed it, then there'll be a couple for you to catch up with because we will have one up after tonight's Raw. And as we said, hopefully it's going to have something about it. Lisa said, Daze, what if Uncle Howdy comes back as a dark character? The whole group and story turns dark, says Lisa. I mean, I feel like they're pretty dark anyway, to be honest. So I don't know about, could you make them even darker? Sure, but I don't know. I think with this whole thing, I'm a bit confused as to why we would need to do that so soon after them debuting. They only debuted back in June? So they've been around for 6 months. This is their second feuds. They feuded with American Made. Now they're feuding with Final Testament. They have, suffered a couple of setbacks, but I wouldn't say anything that's tearing the group apart. In fact, they got a win last week when there was only 4 of them. They managed to get the better of Final Testament. So I suppose what I'm struggling with is I'm looking at the story, I'm looking at the situation. I just don't see any need for us to really change anything other than we need to see more of them. We need to start doing some promos. We need to start digging into the characters. I just don't know why we need to go and get Alexa, or why we need Uncle Howdy to become darker, or why we need the group to be darker. I just feel like I don't know. I don't quite understand. For me, I just need to see more of the group. I need to see them, interacting more. I need to find out more about their histories and all of that kind of stuff. So it's obviously going to be very interesting to see the development of that tonight, because Uncle Howdy has been absent. And not only has he been absent, but we have got the whole "I opened the door" message, which is obviously very interesting. And some people are thinking it's going to lead to him bringing Alexa into the group. Some people are thinking it's going to lead to him becoming more Fiend-esque, or, returning with a darker persona. It could lead to those things. All I can say is I don't know why it needs to, because for me, they're not in a position where, they're getting beaten down all the time. They're, horrifically outnumbered. They're outgunned. They keep getting, jumped, or, we're not seeing any of that. They lost a match, and it was only because Paul Ellering threw a powder into Uncle Howdy's eyes. So, just be prepared for that a bit better. I mean, really, this group should be able to deal with Final Testament and Paul Ellering. It's only Paul Ellering that outnumbers them, and they should be able to deal with that. It would be a little bit like, I don't know, The Fiend struggling to deal with a wrestler and their manager. And it's like, really, The Fiend can't deal with that. The Fiend can't come up with a plan or a strategy for dealing with this extra annoyance. That's all I see Ellering as, is just an annoyance. He's annoying. I just see him as being annoying. And so, yeah, I would like to see them overcome it, to be honest. I'd like to see us not go darker and not get Alexa. I just don't think there's a need for it. I don't think the story's there. Because I think, like, when they're really up against it, when they're really outnumbered, when they find themselves really down, what are you going to do? Go darker again? Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like you can't keep doing that. I feel like that's like, it's an easy fix, isn't it? We'll just make him darker. We'll just go a bit more like, there must be something more creative you can do, you know? So not for me is the answer. It's not what I would do. I would, you know, I would dig into their characters more. I'd do the proper graft. I'd do the proper work. And that kind of turning the dial of making the whole group darker, moodier, I really don't think that dial should be touched that many times. You probably only want to touch it once or twice during their whole run. So to do it 6 months in their second feuds, it just sort of says to me that we didn't get it right first time, if we're having to change it so soon. So, yeah, spoke about that before. I'm a bit confused by the booking of the Wyatt Six, to be honest. I'm a little bit confused as to where Howdy has gone. But with Alexa coming back so soon, and with it being Raw on Netflix next week, absolutely, he could have gone and got Alexa. He could be looking to return a bit darker. These things are all possible. They're on the table. But for the reasons I just said, it's not the direction I would go if I was, like, booking it. Dark Knight says, 2025, it's time for Liverpool to finish the story. They're looking very good, Liverpool, at the moment, yeah. Looking very, very good. Uncle Revel said, I can't wait to get off Sportsnet. Constantly bad audio issues, and it has been for the last few months. Shockwave says, hello everyone. Last Raw before Netflix. What was people's best Raw theme? Mine was groove to the music. Play the feckin' music. Feckin'. Says Shockwave. Shockwave, we'll see what people come back with. Hannah, shout out to you, said, Daze, it might be interesting if the Netflix premiere has a carpet event before the show where all the wrestlers, legends and celebrities show up. That could add some flavour. Yeah, I'd be down with that. Let's go down. Daze, what was your live reaction to the pipe bomb? Hello, Aaron, how you doing? Where you ECT. What was my live reaction to the pipe bomb? I suppose at first confusion, in the sense of it felt like, you know, when you see something and you know it's something really significant, you know, like this is a moment of the year, this is like a massive talking point, this is something which you knew at the time was like going to generate a lot of buzz. Didn't know if it was real or not. Didn't know if he had gone off script. The way they delivered it was excellent. The presentation was excellent. And, you know, I think like them cutting off his microphone was always good. It's a trick they've used a lot now. So, you know, them cutting off the microphone. I suppose these days I would think a little bit more of why didn't they do it earlier? But them cutting it off was like, that was really, really good. And at the time, there wasn't so many examples for you to look back on and go, yeah, they've done this before, you know. Now, because of the pipe bomb and because of promos that have come after that are very pipe bomb-esque, I think you'd be able to tell quite quickly if something is a work, you know. But at the time, it was done so well. And I suppose in a way, it was like Mark Henry's retirement. You can try and do those fake retirements now. And, you know, people can tell. I mean, like, AJ Styles did his fake retirement. And, like, I think a lot of us were just waiting for him to the swerve, you know, for him to reveal that he wasn't retiring. And it just felt like it was a Mark Henry moment. Mark Henry, for me, is the originator of that. I'm sure people did fake retirements before, but when Mark Henry did it, it was perfect. You couldn't see, like, it really had you guessing and second guessing. And the way that they'd use social media, and he teased early in the day, he had, like, something to say and, like, all that stuff. It was just great. It was done so well. I feel like that is very, very similar to the pipe bomb when it came to being a bit of an originator and something that we have seen people do afterwards, repeat it. I think it was also blurring the lines where you really weren't sure if what you was watching was scripted or not. So I actually put them both in the same sort of bracket. And both of them were fantastic. Both of them had me guessing, second guessing. I really wasn't sure. So, yeah, it was just one of those where you're watching it, you're just so engaged, engrossed, like, oh my God. That would have been such a great moment to have streamed live. It just wouldn't work as well now, to be honest. I think it's really hard now with those kinds of things, because I think our default setting is this is a work. We know how expensive TV time is, and really how many examples are there of people going off script during a show, because obviously these are professionals, highly trained professionals, and, you know, people do go off script. Of course, we can talk about Hangman going off script during his promo in AEW, but look at the drama that resulted of that. Look at the fallout and the drama that came of that moment. Like, people going off script is very, 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 very rare. And I think we know that now. I don't think we had the same kind of understanding going back to the pipe bomb and going back to Mark Henry's retirement. Like, we didn't quite know how often these things happened, or we weren't quite as knowledgeable as what we are now. Now, like, you know, news, rumors, we just get it all the time. And I think we're a lot more aware as to how this works. I mean, back then, I never read the dirt sheets. I obviously didn't have a YouTube channel. I was just talking to friends about it. And so, like, you know, we'd be like, do you think it was real? Like, it would be like that. Oh, it's a shame that we can't go back to those days, and we can't have a little bit more of that doubt as to, you know, is this real? Is this not real? I think so much now we look at and immediately know is part of the show, which is a real shame, to be honest. I've said before, I'm so glad that I started watching when I started watching. I'm so glad that I got to experience that kind of time where not everything was spoiled. I mean, if you wanted to get The Observer, or you wanted to read Dave Meltzer, or read PW Torch or Illustrated, or, you know, then you could do it. But for most of us, we didn't have access to that. And without no internet, and if you weren't going out your way to go into chat rooms, you know, majority of stuff you just watched and you had to make your own mind up on it. It was so different. Watching wrestling before social media was so different. And we weren't as educated. We didn't know as much as we know now. It was better. I really think it was better. I really think that you could get lost in it a hell of a lot more than what you can in 2024. But I think that's why 2024 and this modern run is so special. Because if you think about the fact that 2024 has been such a great year, and you think about Cody finishing the story, and you think about the Punk and Drew feud that people really enjoyed, and you think about Liv and Rhea, and you think about, like, some of the social media promos like The Rock and Drew and Karrion Kross and the arrival of the Wyatt Six, and there's been so much to entertain us in 2024. And they're doing it with our eyes wide open. Like, we are so switched on to what's really happening. We know all the rumors. We know what's going on behind the scenes. And they're still entertaining us with us having all of that knowledge. And that's hard. That is really hard. But it just shows how great a job they're doing, to be honest. If you're not someone that really watches WWE on a regular basis, I mean, now is just as good a time as any to get into the product, because it is in a really great place. And what with that switch to Netflix next week, I mean, I really do think there's going to be people around that will be watching for the first time next week. I don't think they'll join us this week, but next week, I've got to think that there's going to be people around that you know, find it and discover wrestling for the first time. And, you know, we're kind of hoping that's going to result in the company getting lifted again. You know, the hope is that Raw is going to do much higher numbers on average on Netflix than it was doing on USA Network. So, and that all starts next week. And add into the pot the fact that it is John Cena's final year. And we really do have something special for 2025. So I'm actually not worried about next year, you know. I think next year, 2025, is going to be incredible. I really am not worried about that. I am a bit concerned for 2026 because I think 2025 is going to absolutely deliver. I mean, you look at all the stuff they've got planned. The move to Netflix, John Cena's final match, some of the rumored matches for Mania, like Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. And you're like, this year's just going to bang, man. It's just going to absolutely bang. I've got no doubt about it. It's 2026 I'm worried a bit for, because it's like, how do we beat this? How are we going to beat John Cena's final match? How are we going to beat moving to Netflix? Like, how are we going to even match those moments, you know? Because 2025, I'm very confident is going to deliver. So it's very exciting. Very exciting. Right, Danny Barnhouse said, I got tickets for the show tonight. Ah, very cool. Danny, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you have a fantastic time. You have to ping over some pictures. I'd love to see some images. James said, let's not talk about football. Yeah, Man United in a relegation battle, which is where we want to be, to be honest. You know, if you can't be at the top, why not be towards the bottom in a relegation battle? Because what's the alternative? Mid-table. That's boring. Not interested in that. Let's get down the bottom. Let's get into a relegation scrap, and you know, and you know what? Let's have a look at the championship. Let's have a little look at the championship and see what's going on down there. It's good to have a little snoop around. Could you imagine the flipping ratings if Man United did get relegated? Could you imagine how many views the championship would be getting? It would be flipping insane. So, I mean, look, I don't want it to happen, of course, but I'm embracing it. I'm not hiding from it. I'm excited. I think we could do a job if we go to Rotherham. So, Carl and Dawn said, Daze, I hear Raw is live tonight. Carl, you hear correct. It is live tonight. Tomorrow's NXT is taped. But yeah, Raw and SmackDown are all live. So SmackDown on Friday is live as well. Tonight is live. Tomorrow is taped. I haven't seen any spoilers though, so that's good. But yeah, no, in a good place. It should be a good show tonight. The Chaos Druid said, did you watch the football tonight? No, I did not. My whole life is built around this channel. So honestly, with the fact that I've missed out on quite a bit of sleep this weekend, and my body clock's all messed up as well. Like, my body clock doesn't know, like, if I'm meant to be asleep now, if I'm meant to be awake now. I'm just in this kind of constant state of, like, what are we doing? Are we streaming now? What are we doing? So, no, I was up earlier to do Unseen. Get caught up with notifications and bits like that. Did a members video earlier as well. Just got got the poll up, of course, for the Hall of Fame. I was just trying to tick off jobs, really. And then I just went to bed for like 4 or 5 hours. and just got up. So, no, I slept through all the football. I obviously saw the score and saw the reaction online and everything. He's under pressure. I really think he's under pressure, this new manager, Man United manager. He's got to get results. Man United cannot be in a relegation fight. So if we need to go and get some players in January, then just go and get them, because it might not even help, but you got to do something, haven't you? It's clear that the group we've got are just nowhere near like where we need to be. I honestly, I don't know what's wrong. I'm flummoxed. I don't actually know what's gone wrong, because all of these players individually are great players and they're not a problem. But I feel like it's someone that needs to, set the tone. That's what Man United are missing. Someone to set the benchmark. That Roy Keane player that can set the standard, and then everyone else can play their game. That sort of leader. I don't feel like it's ever been Bruno. So I sort of feel like we need that player. It's a shame it's not Ugarte, but, that's a whole conversation for a different time. So, no, I didn't watch it, but I'm not running away from the harsh reality that is that Man United are rubbish. Hayden, shout out to you, said, it's the end of an era. R.I.P. Man United, WWE Network, 10 years. Yeah, man, it's been a wonderful 10 years as well. I don't think we're going to really realise how much we're going to miss it until it's gone here in the UK. It's, it's something I'm using a lot. I go on to it. Could I have used it more? Definitely. But just the ability to just go, oh, I'll have a look at that, or I'll jump onto that show, and you just click on and you just watch a moment, and all the old pay-per-views and all the watch-alongs we've done as a result of it, and all the old episodes of Raw and Nitro and SmackDown and primetime wrestling that I've been able to catch up on. That, it's such a shame that, all of that is going. I mean, I understand that Netflix are just going to have select programming for us in the UK. And word on the street was it's 40 pay-per-views, PLEs. And that's about it. And so the whole kind of archive back catalogue, I mean, really, it must be next to no one that was viewing it. It must be next to no one that was interacting with it, because there's just no desire to make any sort of effort to keep that content around, which is really disappointing. So I haven't done it yet, but I will be subscribing to Peacock. And that means using a VPN and faffing around. But got to do what you got to do, haven't you? Aubrey said we need Pro Wrestling Omos live stream. Absolutely no way. Zero chance. I don't F with Japanese companies, because they are horrific. They are absolutely horrific. Some of the worst copyright strikes and situations I've ever had myself in have pretty much exclusively come at the hands of New Japan. They're just awful. I've put up streams like this, shared links to it. The link will get a copyright violation. The stream will get a copyright violation. They just don't. They are no nonsense, take no prisoners. I even get nervous I included some Omos footage in Unseen earlier, and even that made me nervous, because they are just a flipping nightmare. So absolutely zero chance of that happening. I've learnt my lesson from the past. Uncle Revel said the PLEs on Netflix shows seasons. I'm assuming that this will be each year's event posted, or some anyway. Well, I don't fully know until we actually make the switch, but the rumor has always been that it is 40 shows that just they're going to keep changing. Now, whether that's true or not, whether, that's changed, I'm not sure. So, not going to quite know until it's all done and dusted. But, I mean, I'm not expecting any old NXT shows. I'm not expecting any old WCW. Not expecting primetime wrestling or the territories or, do you know what I mean? Like, so much content that is just going. So, but I won't quite know the damage until we've actually made that move. But I believe a lot of it is seemingly showing, you know. I think you can see bits that are available right now, but I just don't know if you can view them yet. But I've had people sending me images of what it looks like over on Netflix. But either way, I'm mentally ready for needing a VPN and subscribing to Peacock. I'm just grateful Peacock's got more on it than what I thought it had. So it'll be all right. And if anyone does need to, like, that archive stuff, as we said, Peacock. I heard even like the German WWE Network sticking around for some reason. So there are going to be ways of still getting access to that archive footage. You're just going to have to use a VPN and kind of faff around a little bit. But once you've got it set up, you should be able to still get access to it. But most people won't even know, will they? In the UK, most people are just going to have Netflix and that's it. And so a lot of people, if they don't join us or they're not very active with like the wrestling online community, they're just going to have to deal with what Netflix give them. And as I said, I'm under the impression it's going to be very, very limited, certainly compared to what the network provides now. So bit of a downer. Lisa said, with fans chanting Punk's name when Seth was in the ring, do we see Seth heel turn come in? Yeah, it could do. Could do. I'm really not a big fan of face versus face. And I'm really not a fan of this argument that face and heel is like an old thing. It really is not. You know, I think like in this business, you want the fans to really be united behind someone, so that you get those big reactions, those big pops, and that will never change, because you want those moments where something happens and everyone's on the same page, you know? You want those moments where, you know, Cody finishes the story and the whole stadium is going crazy. I mean, could you imagine if, like, all the feuds become, like, face versus face, or the crowd are split? Like, you know, Cody had finished the story and only half the crowd would be bothered. Like, you're really ruining the atmosphere. You're really taking away from the, you know, the pop. And so for me, like, the idea that faces and heels are old hat, I couldn't disagree with that more. I think that it is a foundation of the business that will never change. So this whole kind of, you know, everyone can be in the middle and you can just choose who you want to support. I mean, I just couldn't disagree with it more. And I sort of feel like Triple H has blurred that line a bit more. It's quite interesting to watch it unfold, because right now, you know, you can support Seth and he hasn't really done anything wrong. You can support Punk, he hasn't done anything wrong. So at the moment, it is like face versus face, but the other problem you've got as well is, what if, like, Seth hasn't done anything wrong? Actually, Seth has made some great points. Like, you left. This is, like, my home. I was here whilst you was off in other places. Yeah? I was entertaining these fans. Like, Seth has made some great points. He's made some really great points. And so, like, imagine being Seth Rollins, where you have been here for the fans. You have entertained the fans. You haven't done anything wrong as a part of this feud, yet the fans are still chanting CM Punk at you. Like, that's got to hurt Seth, to be honest. I'd imagine that is genuinely disappointing. Like, the fact that the crowd are kind of turning on you a bit. I don't know if it's every crowd or if it was just the house show crowds. But, like, he was standing in the ring and there was loud CM Punk chants. Loud CM Punk that grew. Like, at first it just started kind of in the background and then it grew and grew and grew. And, like, by the end of it, it sounded like a good chunk of that crowd, the majority of that crowd, were chanting CM Punk. And again, this is the gamble that you take if you're going to go face versus face and you're going to make people choose. What if the majority choose the one person? You know, the other face is going to be really dejected, going to be really disappointed that the fans have kind of turned their back on him. Just like I feel is happening with Seth, to be honest. Just like I feel like it's happening with Seth. It feels like the fans are more with CM Punk, but there's not really been any reason for the fans to be more with CM Punk. So, I mean, look, Seth turned down partnering Sami and everyone at Survivor Series, but his reasoning, his logic was sound. He doesn't want anything to do with Roman. He doesn't trust him. He doesn't like him. He's not willing to forgive. And honestly, you can understand it. Like, it's relatable. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people in your life that you've fallen out with that you're not willing to, you know, kiss and make up with. Well, Seth's in that situation. He doesn't want to, you know, he'll help Sami. He'll help Jey Uso. He'll help Jimmy, but he doesn't want anything to do with Roman. And I actually respect the fact that he didn't change his mind. I actually respect him for not partnering Roman, because he said, I'm never going to do that. And, you know, in wrestling, you hear people say, I'm never going to do it. And then a week later, they do it. And I find that a bit unrealistic. I find it a bit cringe that the wrestler would say one thing and then their actions do another. I actually really respect the fact that Seth said, I'm not going to partner at Survivor Series for your War Games team, because I will never partner Roman Reigns again. And I really respect the fact he didn't. I really respect the fact I didn't. So I can't personally use that as a reason to hate on Seth. I can't use that as a reason. If anything, it makes me respect him a little bit more, actually. Outside of that, like, there's not really anything. He got into a bit of an argument with Sami when Sami came down and, you know, spoke to him about, you know, you could have partnered with us. But Seth standing his ground, explaining, no, I told you I won't. I'm there for you, and I'm there for Jey, but I will never partner with Roman again. Not after everything that's happened. And I respect that. But outside of that, what has Seth done wrong? He hasn't really done anything, has he? So I sort of feel really sorry for him in a way, that the crowds are being made to choose. I sort of feel sorry for him because he's losing that choice. He seems to be coming out second best. And I don't really feel like there's any reason for that other than CM Punk is maybe a more exciting option. You know, Punk's been away. Punk's still got that kind of feels fresh vibe about him, you know. I mean, like, he came back over a year ago, but he's been injured for, like, God knows what, 10 months. So, you know, we just haven't really seen much of CM Punk actually competing. We haven't seen, like, you know, much of him in ring at all since he came back. So he still feels quite fresh. And Seth's just kind of coming out second best. So, yeah, I do get confused by this approach. I think Triple H wants to make everyone feel credible. I think I don't actually think he's trying to book. I don't think he's trying to confuse things as much as maybe how they are getting a bit confused. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to give everyone legitimate reasoning as to why they feel the way they feel. Like, you can sort of understand why Kevin Owens feels the way he feels. You can understand why Drew feels the way he feels. You can understand why Seth feels the way he feels. I think that's what Triple H is trying to do. But the problem you've got by doing that is you sort of make everyone relatable. You make everyone understandable. And actually, you know, look at the amount of people that have said Kevin is in the right. I support Kevin. Like, Kevin's right. He should be the champion because he is making good points. He is very relatable. He's doing really cool stuff. He's walking around with the winged eagle. He's interrupting the Netflix kickoff event. You know, like, he's doing some really fun stuff. And so there's plenty of people in our community that side with Kevin over Cody. There's plenty of people in our community that will side with Drew over, you know, OG Bloodline. And it's because, like, their reasoning can be easily understood. Rather than, like, making them heels and making them do bad stuff. You can see where they're coming from. That is definitely a change that Triple H has brought compared to Vince's booking. But, so could he turn heel? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's right there, isn't it? The frustration of the crowd not having his back, considering he's been here, keeping this ship going, keeping this train going, while CM Punk was flipping off in other places. And now CM Punk's come back and what, you all love him now. Now he's like the savior, now he's back. What, you prefer him, you want to support him over me. And I've been here for you, keeping this show going. You can understand, can't you? You can see where he's coming from. I feel a bit sorry for him. A. Jobson, shout out to you, my friends. And Jay, shout out to you as well, buds. So great to see so many people joining that members side of things. We did our live stream on Thursday. We do on every Thursday. So if you do become a member of the channel, that gets you access to those members streams. We do 4 a month. And not only do you get your name in green highlighted during the live streams, but also we've just started this new video series, Daze Reacts. Put up the first episode earlier. I thought it was pretty good. I thought there was some fun stuff in there, actually. I enjoyed it. I think the first one was just a good way of people seeing kind of, okay, how's this going to work? Like, what kind of stuff are we looking for? What kind of stuff has people sent in? And I think that's hopefully going to inspire people to tag me and stuff and send me bits they find fun or interesting or shocking or anything, really. Wrestling or non-wrestling. And so we look to do that every Sunday now. So I would imagine that there will be plenty of stuff for me to have a look at and get a video for next Sunday. So I'm really looking forward to that now. So that's started, that's here, that's happening. That is, we did the first one earlier, and we'll have the next one on Sunday. And yeah, I'm just constantly looking at other things to do. I want to make it worth the members' time, you know? So I think we do a pretty good job. I mean, I looked at a few other memberships from other channels, not wrestling channels, just different, like, big channels. And I think what we're doing is pretty good. A lot of those other channels, like, you don't really get much for, like, the price bracket we operate at. You have to kind of go up to, like, a more expensive one for, like, you know, exclusive streams and all that kind of stuff. So the fact we do 4 streams a month and 4 exclusive videos a month, I think is pretty good. And I'm still looking to see what else can we add, because I really want to make it worth everyone's time and everyone's investment, you know. So it's very much appreciated. That's all I can say. So A. Jobson, Jay, shout out to you. Edward, shout out to you, said, Daze, I've come back as a heel. I hope you have a bad day. Edward, shout out to you. I don't remember you ever being a face, to be honest. So interesting that you're coming back as a heel, because, yeah, I'm pretty confident you've always been a heel. Or at least you've always been a heel in my eyes. So, Edward, shout out to you. David said Saturday was the 40th anniversary of the slap heard around the world. Where did the time go? David, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you had a good Christmas, and I hope you are excited for tonight's Raw. Joe says, good, Maggie. Just look forward to Netflix next week. John Cena returns to Nashville. It's going to be big, and I'm thinking about going to WWE in 2027 to a live event. Oh, you should. If anyone goes to a live event, let me know, because I put it in a picture, because we can always put the image into the folder like this. Look, NS Mommy said Jason Baker is here. he is the costume master and getting excited. So here, is this where we are tonight? Toyota Center, Monday Night Raw, Houston, December 30th. So looks like we're in the Toyota Center tonight. So very exciting. Honestly, I don't know quite what to expect for tonight's show, but I am very much looking forward to it. Barry is ready. There's Bazza, look. He looks absolutely off his face, doesn't he? He's had a good Christmas. He's had a few drinks. I know someone that's had a few beers. That was me over the weekends at the family do. Happy final Raw of the year, Wrestling Daze and community. So, Tony, shout out to you. Shout out to Barry. Looks like he's having a big sesh. Very good. Very fun. Hannah said, Daze, imagine WWE gets a big celeb like Taylor Swift, Beyonce for the Netflix episode half show. Pure Fusion tries to attack them, and then 80s legends like Bull Nakano come out for the save. That would get views. Well, it would definitely get views if you was to have Taylor Swift and Beyonce on. She got, what was it, nearly 30 million? I heard that for those football games on Netflix, it peaked with Beyonce's halftime show. I think it was like nearly 30 million. Rhea needs big names like Becky to feud with, said Crash Dummy. She is too big of a star. Brian said, evening Daze and community, how are we feeling ahead of Raw before Netflix? Well, I mean, that's it, innit? I mean, that's what everyone's focused on. I just said I'm not quite sure what we're going to get tonight. I expect us to have something. I don't think this is going to be a completely awful show that's like, you know, they've just stripped it bare. I think that this will have something about it because we do need to put things in place to set up next week. Like, there must be some announcements that we get this week to set up next week. So I'm expecting stuff like that. I'm expecting some stuff that's going to be announced that's going to be exciting. Obviously, we've got the 2 semi-final matches, which hopefully they're going to bang. Really looking forward to those. And then we know next week should be the final of that Women's Intercontinental tournament. We know next week we got Roman solo, so that's going to need a little summit tonight. Obviously, Seth CM Punk tonight. I mean, that's going to cook. Every time they're in the ring at the same time, it cooks. So, yeah, obviously it's next week that everyone is going to be focused on. Rightfully so. I mean, next week's basically flipping WrestleMania. So everyone's focused on next week. I just hope that we can get something from tonight, and I really do think we will. Lisa said, can you help me understand Roman's angle? He's listed as a face, but he's still got his arrogant attitude and cockiness, and he's still acting as if everyone is below him. I'm confused. Well, I disagree, actually. I don't think he is acting the same. For me, like, the fact that when we see him, I don't even think he's said to the crowd, acknowledge me. He used to come out all the time, didn't he, and say, acknowledge me. I don't even know that I don't believe he does that anymore. Now what we see is him throwing up the wands, the other family members throwing up the wands. They're acknowledging him, but they're sort of acknowledging them all as a unit now. Actually, the dynamic, I would say, has shifted greatly. So I don't really get the cockiness. I don't really get the arrogance from Roman anymore. I sort of feel like you could say him blocking CM Punk is a bit arrogant, you know, and that he's, you know, but he's meant to be the guy that's leading this group, you know, and so he's the one that calls the shots. But you know, no one, CM Punk barged past him. There was no repercussion for that. Roman started to leave the cage. CM Punk just barged past him. And, Roman didn't, turn on Punk, start beating him up. Got a little heated in the ring, and Paul Heyman had to settle it down. But I think I really like the storytelling, because how I view it is you've got Roman, who was the guy. Yeah, he was the center of everything, and everyone, and even everything in WWE revolved around him. And that is obviously not the case so much now that Cody is champ. And it's not the case so much that Solo's gone and is now claiming to be tribal chief. Roman tried to do it on his own, but couldn't. And kind of quickly established he needed some help. And so, he's got the group back together. But, he's still trying to adapt. He's still trying to adjust. But he's not asking the crowd to acknowledge him. He's not making the rest of the group acknowledge him. We haven't really seen any examples of him bossing the group around. And actually, when he tried to do that backstage, Jey Uso was very, very quick to step up and say, no, this ain't going that way anymore. I told you, Uso, we're doing this together now. So, those moments, I think, are very important moments, because they're showing you that the dynamic of the group has changed. They're with him kind of more willingly now. I think Jey could leave if he really wanted to. He's out. He knows that he can go off and be his own guy. He knows that, he got the big entrance, didn't he, as he made his way through the crowd at Survivor Series. Yeet is super over, and his entrance is super over. Everything about Jey is super over. He's with Roman because he wants to be, and it's family. And, there's been forgiveness there. Same with Sami as well. Sami doesn't have to be there, but he's back because, do you know what? I think at times they really did enjoy themselves when they were in the Bloodline. The whole, honorary Usi, all those kind of moments. It turned sour. Of course it did. But I think there was a real good run when they really did enjoy being together. And I think they're quite happy to come back and kind of get that going again. But it's different this time. Now it's not a case that Roman is... he might be the leader. He might be the one that calls the shots. Sami said that. He's the tribal chief. He's the one that calls the play. But it's not the same as it was. It's not the same as it was. They're not there through fear. They're not there, because they're worried they're going to get beaten up if they leave or anything like this, So for me, I think the dynamic has drastically shifted. I think it's drastically different. But it is interesting. And I really like the presentation, because I suppose what we're seeing someone trying to readjust, It's a bit like England, really, and the UK. The UK used to be like a major world power. We used to have an empire, didn't we, and all of that. And then the world wars happened, and it basically bankrupted us. We had to call in every favor we could to fight those wars. And actually, a lot of the countries that we were in control of, we had power of, they said, we'll help you, but we want our freedom in return. And so there was countries that we ended up going, yeah, we'll do that deal. We're fighting for our survival here. So, we were calling in favors, and we were having to, pay people back by giving them their freedom and all this kind of stuff. And by the time the wars were over, we were cooked. We were absolutely bankrupt. There was no pennies left in the cupboard. The cupboard was bare. We was absolutely done as a world power. I suppose in a way, the UK traded its world power and its empire and its status for its independence. We traded all of that to remain who we are now. That is actually a source of pride in this country. There's a lot of people that look back on the wars with a real sense of pride that we were able to stand up and kind of go through that and survive all of that and, be that resistance. That is really important. And I think adapting after has been very interesting for the UK because we're not a world power anymore. So, what are we? And actually, we still at times try to act like we're a world power, but we're not. And so, in a way, Roman's quite similar in that he had an empire. He had an empire. He had like all this power, but it's gone for him now. And so now he's trying to adapt as well. So I like the fact that it hasn't just changed. I like the fact that there's some real thoughts. Because I think that's been a big success of the Bloodline story, is the fact that the detail is always looked after, And I think this is a really important detail. Like, what is Roman's character? How is Roman adjusting? Plus also, by keeping it sort of grey, if you will, like by having Roman still, stopping Punk and acting a little kind of arrogant as he was walking past Punk, like, I'm the guy, you're kind of keeping what Drew is saying and what Kevin is saying. You're still kind of keeping their comments realistic, They've said he hasn't changed. I think he has, but there's enough doubt there where they could be right. And so it actually gives them credibility, doesn't it, as well? So I think it's really good storytelling. That he's kind of in this, I know I need to change. I know I need my family. I know I'm not the guy I was before. My empire has gone. How do I fit into this modern world? And actually, I think the feud with CM Punk's going to be fascinating. If that is what we're doing at WrestleMania, it's going to be absolutely fascinating. Because at the moment, that would be face versus face, which you can absolutely do. But, again, you're splitting the crowd. Which way are they going to go? And, if you're splitting the crowds, I just don't think it's a good thing to really do, because you're not going to get those big reactions. If Punk wins, it's only half the crowd that are going to be happy. If Roman wins, it's only going to be half the crowd that's going to be happy. But everyone will still watch. So the ratings will still be there. But the reaction and everything will be muddied, which I just don't think is good. I just don't think that's something that should be encouraged, personally. I think you do face versus face on very, very rare occasions. In my mind, you never do heel versus heel. You avoid that like the flipping plague. There's no one to root for if it's heel against heel. Face versus face you can do, but you are splitting the crowd, and that is a problem. And so you do it sparingly, you do it rare, but you do it more often than you would heel versus heel. What you always want to try and do is face versus heel and get the crowd all behind the face. I mean, that is just, for me, that's the foundation of wrestling. That really is a foundation. That's something that I really don't envisage ever changing. And the notion that that's old hat is just bonkers to me. So we'll have to see. I mean, it's very interesting moving forwards. It's going to be very interesting to see how all this kind of plays and what Triple H wants to do. And he's the one that's calling the shots. But Brian, shout out to you, my friends. Hannah said, will we ever see the viewership numbers for Netflix? Well, I would imagine that we'll get something, because the NFL numbers got released. I think if enough people are asking, the numbers will get out. I don't know that they're going to get out weekly, though. But, I think we do get the number for that first episode of Raw next week. I think that'll get out. I think enough people will ask for it. I think there could even be a bit of a leak where someone at Netflix reveals the number. But to be honest, Netflix might even want to shout about it if it's a great number. If that number is a really good number, then, even they might want to put it out and gloat, The only thing is, once it settles down, are they going to want to keep doing that on a weekly basis? I don't know that they will. I'm not under the impression that they're under any obligation to do it. We got the number for Jake Paul. and Mike Tyson. We had the number for the football games over Christmas. So I'm very confident we will get next week's Raw number, but I'm not so confident that we'll get it on a weekly basis. Kim Shane's Nick Butcher said, I have created a faction for those of us that spend hours in the chat, but you don't read out our comments. We are known as the YUS6. Love that. Love that. Unite, YUS6. Unite. Come together. Make your voices heard. Christopher said, I could listen to Daze for hours. It's soothing. Christopher, shout out to you. Vic says, Daze, Booker T has agreed to fight Zilla on January 11th at Reality of Wrestling. Do we think that Zilla can redeem himself? What does he need to redeem himself for? I feel like Zilla is someone that has a bit of a bad reputation, but those people that watch Reality of Wrestling have quite passionately spoken out whenever we have been critical of Zilla and said, no, that's all in the past. You know, I've had a few people saying that to me. No, he's moved on. He's not that person anymore. He's not a problem anymore. Like, you know, he's matured and all this kind of stuff, which does seem a bit bonkers to me because it wasn't that long ago that there was problems. But I don't know. There's a lot of belief. There's a lot of confidence that he has turned a leaf. And he is in a better place now. And so I don't really know what he needs to redeem himself for. I think this is going to be a high-profile match. I have no doubt that he makes it to WWE. I think that because he is part of the family and because he's got a decent size to him, I think people, want him to come into WWE. Like, he is the name that people keep talking about when it comes to who could join WWE in the future. He is probably the big name from the indie scene. I don't really hear too many other names, but he is, probably the biggest name. And so, WWE are going to be aware of that. As we said before, WWE won't want him to go to AEW. I do think, though, and I stand by it, I do think it's very interesting that we've done this WWE ID program, and he's not one of them, Like, the way that people have spoken, it's like he needs to come in and he needs to go to the main roster. Well, we're doing this WWE ID where we are basically signing up the best promising indie talent, yeah? And so loads of people I've never heard of getting given contracts. It's very interesting that Zilla is not one. He has not received one of those contracts. So I have no doubt whatsoever that he either will or they'll just sign him for NXT. I have no doubt about that. I mean, I think that he's going to have to really drop the ball for WWE to not make a move for him because he's part of, the family. Surely The Rock, who's on the board, is going to look out for him. Family first, You can always bring him into NXT, which is very low risk. I mean, bring him into NXT if he's a problem. Well, you can always get rid of him, It's very low risk bringing him into NXT. Is the dude worth, investing the time into? I would say absolutely he is, yeah. And so many people want him in the company, it just seems like a no-brainer, doesn't it? But I do, again, go back to what I said. It's very interesting that he's not been ID'd. It's very interesting that he's still in Reality of Wrestling. It's very interesting that Booker made the comments a few months ago he's going to work hard to try and get Zilla to WWE. And it's like, why? Why would you have to work hard? It seems like an absolute flipping no-brainer, doesn't it? He's young. He's got a good size to him. He's part of the Anoa'i family. He's got the Fatu name. He can do stuff in the ring. So why have you got to work so hard to get him there? And I think it just gives you a glimpse as to the fact that, there are some issues there that need to be worked through. But everything I'm being told from fans that watch is that, no, he's in a much better place. So, I don't know. He's just got to get his head down, work hard, like everyone has to, and he'll make it. He'll get there. I will be stunned if he never comes into WWE. Absolutely stunned. I 100% expect to see him at some point. But I do like the fact we're not rushing it. I do like the fact. I think it's actually very professional of WWE to not just bring him in. I think it's very professional for them to basically be saying to him, it's not that simple. It's not that you're Lyra Fatu and we're just going to bring you in and that's all you need to do. Like, there is a level of professionalism that we expect. There is a level that, you need to hit in order to be part of our family, And I think that's a really good message to send. So, yeah, let him develop at Reality Wrestling. Let him improve. Let him continue to grow. This match with Booker's going to be a massive deal for him. It's going to be really good for him. And as I said, a lot of people are telling me he's turned a leaf. He's in a great place. Totally expect him to come into WWE. So more of that. Yeah, more of that. I don't have anything against him. The only thing is, as I said, I just know that there's been some issues there. And I don't find myself rooting for him. I don't campaign for him to come into WWE because I feel like there's a bit of growing that needs to be done. And if he's doing it, brilliant, great. Yes. Then, I have no issue to not want to see him in WWE because he looks the part, doesn't he? He looks great. Trent said, will we see Penta tonight or maybe next week? No, it'll be next week. They'll do it next week. Big Time Back said NFL Christmas did 25 million, which is slightly down from the 2023 game of 27 million on Fox CBS. Nielsen reported 5.1 million, 18 to 34 for any game since 2001, but down 4.6 with ages 55 plus. Well, it's a good number. I think, am I right in saying it's the biggest streaming number for an NFL game? So it's a really, really encouraging sign. The word on the street has always been that whenever they've gone on to like Amazon Prime or streaming, the numbers have always been quite low. So the fact that this number has come out as high as what it did and as close to, I'm guessing, what it would get normally on TV, or if it's down, it's not drastically down. I think that's really encouraging. I mean, this is a platform which is growing. I mean, I think this is still like one of its first live events, isn't it? They did the hot dog thing. They obviously did the boxing, but for Netflix to have like the NFL, they're still kind of working through getting people aware that they are a place to go for live content. It's going to be a massive future that for Netflix, isn't it? It's clearly a big strategy that they've got where they want to go live. I wonder if there'll be other weekly stuff that they add to their portfolio, their schedule. I'm sure there will be other stuff that they'll do live on a regular basis. I'm not aware of anything. I only know of Raw, but there must be other stuff which they would look at. I wonder what else there is, though. I wonder UFC. UFC is like a weekly thing with fight nights on a Saturday night. I wonder if they'll look to get that. And certainly, I don't know UFC's TV deals, though. So I don't know how easy that will be, but I wouldn't be shocked to see UFC move into Netflix eventually. Or Power Slap or something. I kind of feel like this is the start, isn't it, for them? So numbers they're getting now look quite encouraging. But as people get used to Netflix being a destination for like live content, regular live content, that's obviously only going to get, hopefully, better. Navaldo said Zilla Fatu won't be rushed and it will be worth the wait. Yeah, completely agree. And I really do think that's the right way forward. I think it's such a good approach. There's a real maturity there where you could panic. You could worry about someone else coming in for him. you could rush these things, but actually to let him develop and let him cook and let him learn and let him grow like all of us have to do is going to pay off dividends in the future. Yeah. They need to have at least one show where the GM turns heel, said Crash Dummy. That way it sets up brand wars and bigger feuds, said Crash Dummy. This is going to be a great show. I can feel it in my plums, says Gang Bang Niner Gang. But Zilla has to beat Booker T to receive and be awarded his contract, said OGC Stacks. Is that where you think they're going? Hannah said, Daze, if somehow Vince were booking the match, were booking the move to Netflix, he would bring back Right to Answer and name it Why Netflix. I don't think he would do any of those things. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, I watched the Raw where Sean gives his retirement speech today for my final viewing. Oh, really? That's what you went to? I haven't done any final viewing. I haven't had any time this weekend, so my plan is to have a look tomorrow. I'll dig in to bits before it goes. I'll tell you one thing I want to do. And it might be worth, I don't know if Wrestle with Andy's done this, but I think it'll be really worth screen recording the network. And then just clicking on things and just getting it recorded as to what the layout looked like and you click on that, it takes you to this. And, how the shows load up and, the kind of catalogue that was on there. I think that would be a video worth having. Half an hour of just exploring the network, because I've got to think in the future there's going to be videos made about the network, so having that footage I've got to think would be useful. And you never quite know what you're going to need. You never quite know what you're going to use that sort of footage for, so it's probably best to just get half an hour where you're just clicking on loads of different things and showing off loads of different areas. And I mean, there's a lot of content like the network only stuff, like Holy Foley or Swerved or Camp WWE. Those kind of shows, the Edge and Christian Totally Reeks of Awesomeness show. I don't know when we'll ever see that stuff again. I mean, I'm sure it might pop up on the vault at some point, but I've got to think there's, if you are a content creator, a WWE content creator, I've got to think it's worth having that footage. So I will definitely do that at some point tomorrow. Just get like a half an hour or whatever where I'm just clicking around on the network, recording it, because I think it will come in useful in the future. Any recommendations for network stuff to watch before I leave, said Beastly Simmer. Honestly, there's so much. I mean, there's so many great moments from the history of Raw, history of SmackDown. I mean, you could just like Google best Raw moments, best SmackDown moments. Just go and revisit those. Obviously, you've got all the old premium live events. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like PLEs you're going to easily find. I feel like they'll move to Netflix. And they might not all be there at the beginning, but I think they'll all kind of cycle through at some point. So I'm not so worried about the PLEs. I think, like, for me, the Coliseum home video stuff is stuff I'm going to really miss. But as I said, I'm just going to subscribe to flipping Peacock. So, like, the old 80s, 90s Coliseum home video stuff, that is, like, stuff that I love. The hidden gem stuff as well. There's some great stuff there. Things like the March to WrestleMania shows. Those were, like, special events that they put on that had their own cards. And they were basically getting you ready for WrestleMania, WrestleMania 9, WrestleMania 10. They did, was it Survivor Series Showdown was another one as well. Those weird shows that aren't PLEs, but equally they're not Raw, they're not SmackDown, they're like one-off shows. I suppose in a way like the Battle Royal at the Royal Albert Hall. You know, that was not a PLE. It was just like a special show for the UK. I think it aired on Sky Sports, that. I think it was a special for the UK, but could be easily missed in America. Things like WrestleFest, you know. For me, those are the kind of shows that I'm going to miss because they don't really fall into that PLE category, do they? They don't really fall into that. And I don't really know if Netflix will ever get that type of content. So, yeah, it's all of that stuff for me that I will miss. The old primetime wrestlings as well with Gorilla and Bobby, or the Tuesday Night Titans, which was just bonkers. It's like a talk show with Vince, and he had the wrestlers on as guests. That was bonkers. That was just bonkers. And so, like, all that content's going to go as well. So, but there's loads, isn't there? There's loads and loads from all the different eras, all the different shows. I'm not... the Legends of Wrestling as well, that round table where you had Dusty Rhodes and Roddy Piper, and, you know, they'd have a topic. It might be Andre the Giant, or it might be Florida wrestling, or whatever it might be. And they're there and they're smoking, they've got a whiskey, and, you know, they're just chatting. It's just a load of legends around a table sharing stories and chatting on a certain topic. And they did a whole series of those. And some of the names involved are like flipping phenomenal. You know, Diamond Dallas Page, Roddy Piper, Dusty Rhodes, Mean Gene, like, you know, they're just monster names, and Ric Flair, and they're talking about different topics. I mean, if you've never seen that series, it's amazing. It's an amazing series. I really feel like we missed the trick by not doing more of those. Think of all the different topics and all the different legends. I mean, there's no reason as to why that couldn't have been a regular series. Apart from the fact that when it moved to Peacock, they got paid like $1 billion for 10 years. And they didn't need to make anything new apart from PLEs. So all of that great content that we were getting when it wasn't on Peacock all went away. When they were fighting to try and get people to subscribe, we were getting things like Swerved, which was a prank show. We was getting Camp WWE, which was like a cartoon. We was getting the Edge and Christian show, which was like this bonkers show. I mean, it was just like this random, like a bit of a clip show. They had like games on there. Like, we were getting that on there. We was getting the Stone Cold Broken Skull sessions, you know, big interviews on that. We was getting the round table. We was getting like Legends House, where they put all those legends in the house, like a Big Brother type thing, reality show. We was getting all of this content so that you would pay your $9.99 a month and it would be worth it. And then as soon as they went to Peacock, they were like, yeah, no, we don't need any of that now. Don't need to do any of that anymore. We've already been paid. We've already got the money. They've already given us $1 billion. So it all just went away. Such a shame. Honestly, sometimes when things change, they really, really don't change for the better. Sometimes things change and they end up changing for the worse. And actually, I think you can look at the network, the WWE Network, and you can sort of see that being the example. You can sort of see how we had it really good at the start, as they were trying to give us so much stuff. They were trying to convince us to subscribe. And then as time has gone by, they've kind of put less and less new content on there. And, you know, back in the day, you used to get NXT. If you bought the network for $9.99, that's where NXT lived. So you, if nothing else, you had NXT every week. And it was the only way to watch it. It wasn't on TV. And you had your PLEs, your pay-per-views. You had your big NXT specials, your takeovers. And you'd be getting all this extra content. Interviews and animated shows and prank shows. And yeah, man, it was so good. I mean, you know, we keep saying we didn't realize how good we had it, but I think we did in a way. I think we did realize. It's just, you know, life gets in the way, doesn't it? I wish I'd watched more of it, though. That show was from the network. Before the network, I think it was a TV channel. Which one? The Legends of Wrestling one. Yeah, that one I think was from 24/7, because I don't really know much about 24/7. It was, they did have like a channel, didn't they? I actually don't know if we had that channel in the UK. So I think the Legends of Wrestling one came from that. I think you are correct. But that's the kind of content which I think I'm going to miss. Because, as we said, I think they're going to really focus on the pay-per-views. And I think they're going to focus on the back catalogue for Raw and SmackDown and NXT. And really anything outside of that, I just don't know when we're going to get to it. Like the old home video stuff, I don't know when we're going to get to it. Legends of Wrestling, the Camp WWE, all of that stuff, I just don't know when we're going to get to see that again. Again, it's not a problem for me because I am going to subscribe to Peacock, and I would recommend anyone that wants that content does the same. Just subscribe to Peacock in America. It might be another subscription service, but, you know, it's going to be worth it, isn't it, if you really do want that archive footage? Because I really don't think you're getting it from Netflix in the UK. Profion, shout out to you, said Ric Flair was so good. He was goofy funny, but at the same time a little bit scary. You could feel that he would punch you behind the head. Always watched it before I went to bed, said A. Jobson. Daze, can I get Peacock with an international card with VPN, says Jackson. I have subscribed to Peacock before, so I'm going to say yes. Now, whether anything has changed, I really don't know, because I haven't done it myself yet. But I have needed Peacock for different things in the past. And I've subscribed in the past, and I had no problems with it. Again, whether that has changed, you know how these things change, I genuinely don't know. So if there is anyone in the UK that has successfully subscribed to Peacock, then obviously let us know. I would imagine it's fine. I 100,000% have done it in the past. So it would only be if something has changed that it would be a problem. But I can't imagine it has. Big Time said the NFL. Oh, we read that. Tyler said, I remember I was young and on the network I watched Edge and Lita's live celebration. My dad came over to me and he said, stop watching that. That's how you know you're watching the good stuff. If your dad's coming over going, you need to turn that off, then you know you found the good stuff. Joey said, what's the highlight of 2024? Oh, I think it's definitely Cody finishing the story. I can't imagine there's going to be too many people that would have something different. Maybe some would say the arrival of the Wyatt Six. But for me, I would have to go with Cody finishing the story above that. I mean, obviously, the arrival of the Wyatt Six is in my top 10, probably even my top 5. But I think Cody finishing the story had the emotion, the builds. So did the Wyatt Six thing, but I think that was a major moment. I really think that was a major moment. Perhaps if the Wyatt Six had been booked a bit better since they had arrived, perhaps I would look back a bit fonder on that arrival, that debut. It was brilliant at the time, but it's just hard to look at the Wyatt Six without feeling a bit of a sense of we've sort of dropped the ball with them a bit, you know? It's not that it's not savable, right? It's not that that's it, they're rubbish, they're dead, it's over, turn the lights off. Like, I don't agree with that. But I think people would agree that it's been quite frustrating and that it's been quite slow and that, you know, the story has gone in directions that I don't think any of us would have booked, you know? I mean, like, when they attacked Chad Gable... and Chad Gable was still being quite arrogant, and like, you know, he was still being like, even now he's still, you know, he hasn't changed. He went up against the Wyatt Six and nothing's any different. In fact, tonight he's going to be taking on Otis. So in fact, he's gone back to, you know, going off on his former group, which is why the Wyatt Six came in and, you know, they warned him and all that kind of stuff. They were standing up for Otis. They were standing up for American Alpha. Alpha Academy, sorry. They were standing up for Alpha Academy. And, like now, like it meant nothing. So frustrating. So frustrating. So that whole feud was basically irrelevant. We didn't achieve anything with it apart from the Wyatt 6 just came out the better. But ultimately, it didn't change anything. Didn't mean anything. And now we've moved on to Final Testament and we've took a few L's there. We haven't really seen the group as much as we would have liked. Now Uncle Howdy's gone missing because, I don't know, we're already struggling, are we? In our second feuds. So this is why I'm saying I don't think this has gone the way that anyone really would have booked. But look, it is what it is. They can definitely move forward from here. And hopefully 2025 is just going to be a little bit better than what we've seen so far. It's funny because, like, I remember seeing Triple H talk to Cody after WrestleMania. Little backstage moment after Cody had won the belts. And I remember hearing him say to Cody, like, you know, you've done it. So proud of you. It's our responsibility now to make sure that we give you, like, you know, the momentum you need. And I remember listening to that and thinking, yes, you're right, it is. You're right. It is your job now to make sure that you keep this going for him. Like, the build to getting him towards the title was obviously amazing, but it's going to be harder doing stories when he's actually champion. That's harder, right? Because you're rooting for him to keep the title, but it's not the same as rooting for him to actually, you know, finish the story. So we knew it was going to be hard once he became champ. And I remember seeing a clip where Triple H acknowledged that and said it's going to be up to us. And then what have they done with Cody after WrestleMania? I think a lot of people would say it's been very underwhelming. It's just been a lot of like one-off feuds, little matches, nothing that's really felt that big. Nothing that's, I mean, what he's doing with Kevin now has been probably the most engaging, has probably been the biggest story we've told since WrestleMania. So, you know, I look at like the booking of the Wyatt 6 and I look at the booking of Cody after he's won the title. Both of them have been below expectation. And so this is why when we're talking about 2024 and how great of a year it's been, it's hard to go like 10 out of 10. It's hard to say that it's been, you know, faultless and all that and get too carried away, because I think there has been some pretty big stuff in there that you would want to change. There's big stuff in there I would want to change. But I'm still happy to give Triple H like an 8. I'm still happy to say that it's been an amazing year and he's, you know, cooked and he's done a fantastic job. I mean, I don't know if anyone could book and it would be 10 out of 10. There's so many moving parts. There's so many injuries that happen. There's so much last minute changes. So many people to keep happy. So much that can go wrong that, like, you know, I don't know if it's possible to ever actually get 10 out of 10 booking. So I think his hit rate is very, very good. I think it's very, very good. And certainly better than what we were getting from Vince. But for those kind of reasons, I can't say it's been, you know, perfect. But if we was to look at, like, what did go really well, got to say the builds and Cody finishing his story, that went well. Got to say Nightbird and the arrival of the Wyatt 6, that went well. So that's why those come to my mind. And obviously the presentation of Jacob has been excellent. You know, got to give him praise for that. Jacob looks like a beast because they keep putting him in positions where he can look like a beast. Like the other day on SmackDown when Braun Strowman was in the ring. Could have had anyone in the ring with him at that point. You know, they could have had Tama Tonga stand in there. Could have had Solo stand in there. Like, Braun easily could have just dispatched of Jacob. Because they could have booked it that way, but they didn't. They didn't. They made it so that it was Braun and Jacob that were face-to-face in the ring. So the presentation of Jacob has been fantastic. So got to give him props for that as well. So, yeah, lots of good stuff. Bit of stuff in there which I think a lot of us would tweak in different ways. But overall, 2024 was an excellent year, and it sets us up really well for 2025. Netforce said, I've seen a rumour from another site that Paul Heyman could turn on Roman and CM Punk. What would be your thought on this possible story direction? So the idea that Paul Heyman will turn on Roman and turn on Punk, I think is not that far-fetched, actually. I think Paul Heyman is someone that is always thinking, always strategizing, always trying to find the best place for him, you know. Being with Brock for the longest time was the best place for him, but when Brock wasn't around quite as much, you know, the pandemic meant that Brock was kind of stuck at home. So, you know, Heyman then aligns himself with Roman. Roman turns heel. Obviously, we kick off the whole Bloodline story, which, you know, has just took the company to a whole new level. And so you could look at the situation now, 4 years after the Bloodline started. You could look at the situation now as being another pivotal moment, really, because Roman has lost the championship. A lot of that OG Bloodline is ready to go off and have their solo careers. It doesn't really feel like there's that much longevity in the OG Bloodline. I mean, Jay has got to become a world champion. He's so over. The whole Yeet thing is one of their biggest stars. I mean, the kids love the whole Yeeting thing. You know, his entrance is awesome, coming through the crowd. Like, he genuinely feels like he's right up there with, like, Seth. I mean, he really does feel like a big deal. I just wish that his match quality was better, because he's had some good matches this year, absolutely. But he's had some bad matches as well. And I feel like his match quality can be a little hit and miss, you know? Promo-wise, brilliant. But, you know, when it's a Jey Uso match, it doesn't quite feel like when it's a Seth match. Seth has got, you know what you're going to get from a Seth match. You're going to get something really dramatic. You're going to get something really satisfying. Like, he's an excellent professional wrestler. And so is Jey. But Jey has been a tag team wrestler for the majority of his career. So I feel like Jey in 2024 has really been working out the whole single side of things. And I think he's in a great place. I think, like, you know, 2025 should be a really good year for Jey. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if at some point, probably more towards the end of the year, he gets his hand on the World Heavyweight Championship. I could see that. He's so over. He's so popular. He's shifting so much merch. He's got that aura. He's got that one thing, that X factor that you really do look for in a superstar. He's got it. He's definitely got it. And so I think that could pay off for him. So you look at that situation, you look at Sami. I don't think they've given up on Sami. I think they would like to try and get Sami to a world title as well. Now, whether that happens in 2025, I really don't know. But I feel like it's, you know, it's where Sami belongs. He's had mid-card title runs. He beat Gunther for the IC title in 2024. He ended Gunther's historic run. You don't do that unless you see something in that person. And, you know, I think even though he maybe doesn't have the same aura as Jey, he's better in the ring. Sami matches are better than Jey matches. But he lacks the aura of Jey. Jay's got the personality, the charisma comes through the crowd. He's got the yeet in, he's got the kids, you know, people like the kids dressing up as it. You don't get that so much with Sami. Sami's more intense. Sami is a lot more, you know what I mean? I think intense is the right word. So, really, together, they're such a wonderful blend. You know, they're so good together. As a tag team, they would be incredible. Because, you know, you're really ticking every box with them working together as a team. But, you know, what are they going to do? Win the tag titles? It's kind of been there, done it. You know, Sami won the tag titles with Kevin Owens from the Usos. So they've been there, they've done it. Like, they don't need that. They don't need the mid-card titles. Really, the only place for them to go is World Heavyweight Championship. And Jimmy is meant to be the next project. A lot of people have said Jimmy up next. So, and they started SmackDown with Jimmy not that long ago. So you can certainly look at this and go, well, what does the future hold for Heyman? Is he going to just stick around with Roman? Is that the future? I don't feel like it is. I feel like it probably is time for him to do something new. So this is where, like, the idea of him betraying Roman, betraying CM Punk, I'm not against it, because, I don't know, do you put him with a Bron Breakker? I mean, I struggle a little bit with Bron Breakker. I don't think he's got the size. I think that Bron Breakker is a powerhouse, but I think he needed to be like a good few inches taller, to be honest. I think he needed to have a bit more presence. I feel like he's not too dissimilar in height to, say, Sami. And, you know, Sami struggles to become, like, you know, a world champion. Bron, I don't think will have anywhere near those struggles. But I can't make an argument at the moment that Bron is going to be the next Roman Reigns. I can't make the argument that Bron Breakker is going to be the next John Cena. I think he will compete for World Heavyweight Championships. But Heyman needs to be with the next guy. He needs to be with the next face of the company. And I don't think that's Bron Breakker. So who would that guy be? I feel a lot more confident in Obafemi, actually. I think Obafemi stands a better chance of being the face of the company than Bron Breakker. So do you put Heyman with Obafemi? He's got the size, isn't he? He's an absolute monster. He's an absolute wrecking machine. Like, he is cut from that sort of Brock Lesnar cloth. Just maybe not the kind of freak that Brock Lesnar was, you know? I mean, Brock had muscles on muscles. That's not really Obafemi. Obafemi's just got, you know, big size to him. But I sort of feel like Bron Breakker's in that sort of same bracket as Bronson Reed, in the sense of brilliant, great potential. I feel like they're both going to be world champions. But can we honestly see either of them main event in WrestleMania on a regular basis, like Roman has, or like Cena did, or like Hogan did? I don't think I can. I don't think I can see Bron Breakker being put in that position. Bron Breakker feels like he's just that level below to me. I mean, obviously, we're just trying to predict the future here, and that's a very difficult thing to do. But when I look at, like, people like Obafemi, I see a higher ceiling. I think there's something more there. I don't know. It's tricky. It's really tricky. So could he betray Roman and CM Punk? Yes. Who would he join up with? It's a great conversation to have. I would lean Obafemi. But others might say Bron, and others might say Bronson, and others might say Trick Williams, you know. But Trick is a babyface. I can't really see Paul working with Trick. That doesn't really work. Him working with Oba, I think, works well, though. But, yeah, I could see it. I could see it happening. I think his time with the Bloodline could be coming to an end, because I just struggle to see that group staying together, and I struggle to see this being, you know, I just don't think he's going to be needed with Roman. I think we can use him better, Paul. Paul's a great talker. It's better to put him with someone that needs that, and I don't think Roman needs it. Right, let's go down. Where are we? We're 19 minutes. Wow. Time is really flying today. Let's move this over here. So we've already been live for an hour and 40 odd minutes. We will be going over to the final Raw on... Let's move that there. The final Raw on the USA Network, or TNT here in the UK. We got that coming up in just 20 minutes time. Just make sure that is set up. Yes. Daze, how would we feel if John Cena won the Rumble, challenged Gunther at WrestleMania, and won 17, said Mackenzie. I would like it. I would be down for it. I think that Cena-Gunther is a really good match because Gunther has got a great ability to kind of carry a match. Gunther can like do the bulk of the work, and as long as his opponent just carries their end, just hangs with him, the match normally turns out to be good, right? If that person can do a little more than that, can actually, take over the match in the moments they need to, then you can get something special. I mean, Gunther Sheamus was an incredible match from Clash at the Castle. And if you look at a lot of Gunther's matches from like NXT UK, in fact, a lot of Gunther's matches on the main roster as well, when he was IC champion, have been very good. I do think his World Heavyweight Championship run has been a bit flat, but then I don't think his chemistry with Damian Priest has been that great. And that has been a big part of his championship run. So I like the Gunther Cena matchup. I think it's traditional with its heel versus face dynamic, which we spoke about a lot during this stream. I think that WrestleMania, it deserves to have the whole crowd behind Cena. And this is my concern with Cena Cody, is you have got Cody fans that are not going to abandon Cody. They won't abandon Cody. They love Cody. They love what he stands for. He is the Cena for this generation. So there's going to be loads of kids that love Cena, but they're going to stick with Cody. This is where that face versus face thing is a little bit of a problem, in the sense of you're going to split the crowds. You're going to have your Cody fans, you're going to have your Cena fans. And that's fine. I mean, look, you can do this match because we did Warrior against Hogan. So it's not that you can't do the match. You can absolutely do the match. But I think the question comes down to, is it the right match? You can do it, but is it the right thing to do? I feel a lot happier with Cena Gunther, where you've got your traditional face, you've got your traditional heel. And I know that match would bang. I know that match would be a great match. And, I think Cena... But then the match with Cody would be great as well. Both, either way you go, you're going to get a great match. But I do prefer the traditional heel-face approach than face versus face. And I would not be having Cody turn heel. And I don't think you can turn Cena heel in 2025. Because people going to see Cena, most of them are seeing him for the final time. Some won't, because they might have tickets for SummerSlam, or they might have tickets for a Raw or something. But the vast majority at WrestleMania are likely seeing Cena live for the final time. How are you going to boo him? How are you going to boo John Cena when you know that everything is given you and there's nothing, you might not see him again. There's nothing more after this. This is it. This is the last time you're seeing him. Like, are you really going to use that time to boo him? I just don't see how you turn Cena a heel in 2025. I don't see how you're going to get the fans booing him in 2025 when the majority will watch him for the final time when they're there. I would imagine every time Cena comes out, there's just going to be endless "thank you, Cena" chants. It's just going to be a massive celebration, a massive party. It's just going to be a year-long farewell, isn't it? So I think trying to turn him heel is just going to be close to impossible. It's just going to be really... I just wouldn't even do it. So I don't think you can turn Cena heel in 2025. I think that ship sailed. I wouldn't turn Cody heel because I think there's too many good feuds for him to have as a babyface. So I wouldn't do that. So you just run face versus face, and what will be will be. But for me personally, if I had to choose, I'd definitely go Cena Gunther as being the match I would rather get. And Cena getting the 17th, I wouldn't do it at WrestleMania. I think there's value in... I mean, first of all, if Gunther gets the win, that's massive for Gunther. Certainly if Cena looks good in the build. And so I could use that to build Gunther up. The other thing as well is that I delay that moment. I've said there's two things people want to see next year. They want to see Cena become a 17-time world champion, and they want to see Cena final match. Those are the two most important things you need to book for John Cena next year. So, do I want him getting number 17 at the first time of trying at WrestleMania? No. I would delay it. I would give it him SummerSlam, or maybe even Survivor Series, or maybe in his last match. He wins. It's now or never. He wins number 17, or he retires without ever getting it. And that could be his last match. He's gone the whole year. He competed at WrestleMania and he fell short. He competed at SummerSlam and he fell short. And now he's got one last opportunity. December next year. Final match. Title on the line. Now or never. Does he get number 17? And I would, yes, would be the answer. I would give it him. And then he relinquishes the belt. And we do a tournament to crown the new champion. And that could be a really exciting way to start. Or maybe the title is in the Rumble. Imagine that. Imagine how great that would be. So Cena wins the belt at the end of December. Last match. Relinquishes it. Right? And rather than do a tournament, what they actually say is the winner of the Rumble in January will be the new World Heavyweight Champion. So I always love it when the Rumble has the title on the line. I mean, the stakes are just so much higher because win the Rumble, you are World Champion. And I would be tempted to do something like that. So, would I have him against Gunther? Yes. Would I have him winning 17 at Mania? No. I would delay it. And I think it opens up some options for the end of the year if you do that. I like the idea of now or never, said Metal Mama. As a long-time Cena fan, I don't mind that. Yeah, just to again reiterate, I would do it for him. I think he is someone that gave so much to WWE. I think there are certain superstars that transcended WWE. There are certain superstars that you can, talk about, like Hulk Hogan, like John Cena, that were even bigger than WWE. And what he did for the profile of the company, what he managed, the amount of fans that he brought in, like, I don't think anyone would begrudge him getting 17 and being that record holder and being the new standard, being the new benchmark, They already refer to him as being the GOAT. I would definitely do it. I think he's earned it. And I don't have a problem with him pulling ahead of Ric Flair. I don't even think Ric Flair's got a big issue with it. I think even Ric Flair would be like, I think he had a lot of time for Cena. I think he had a lot of time for Randy Orton. So if it was either of those, I think even Ric Flair wouldn't be too bothered, about it. But so I would definitely do it. I think that would be a big, big moment if he does get it next year. I think he definitely should. Daze, I was wondering, have we watched the film Iron Claw, says Brett. I rewatched it. I've got to say, I think it is such a good wrestling film. I haven't, to be honest, but I am just a bit... I've heard how amazing it is, right? I've seen the reviews. My cousin, who has no interest in wrestling, he watched it and he was blown away. He was like, you've got to watch it. It's absolutely incredible. It's, one of the best... He said it's one of the best films he's ever seen. He rates it that high, that it's like... It's up there with his favourite ever films, let alone like sports film or anything like this. He just loves it as a film. But I haven't. And the reason why I haven't is because I don't want to get false information. There's just a few things about it I've heard that are not factually correct. There's a few things about it which I've heard has been kind of put through the Hollywood filter to make the story a bit more, workable. And I think I would just rather watch like documentaries about what actually happened. I mean, I already know about the Von Erichs. I already know about how big they were and about the tragedies they went through. So I don't think there's going to be much in there that I'll find as a surprise. I just think that it will be, a Hollywood presentation of the story. So, I don't know, I've got this weird relationship with the film in the sense of I understand how great it is. I understand, like, how everyone has raved about it, but I don't really have a feeling that I need to watch it because I've already read and seen so much about the Von Erichs. But also, I don't want to run the risk of, like, starting to confuse what was real and what wasn't. And, whenever we have these conversations, I wouldn't want to start talking about something I saw in Iron Claw, and then people will be like, that didn't actually happen. They only put that into the film. So this is why I've stayed away from it, to be honest. So, I mean, what I would say is, if that doesn't bother you, then watch it, because all the reviews have been that it's amazing. And I don't know how much got changed. I don't know how much of it is... been like, given that Hollywood sheen, but it's enough for me to go, no, I think it's better I stay away, to be honest. Crash Dummy said he could put someone over, but it shouldn't be after a losing streak. Beating a washed up legend doesn't do anything, just like Theory. That is true. I agree with you. If in fact, like, Cena getting back to being a legitimate title contender is actually work we need to do in the first part of the year, because I don't even know the last time Cena won a singles match. I mean, I think it's been a while. He keeps coming in and he keeps losing. He keeps doing the job. He's done the job for years and years and years. Everyone's beaten Cena. Like, he used to be Super Cena, and then he flipping fell off a cliff. I think it's very easy to tell the story, though, that if you're inactive, like Cena has been, then, you are beatable. Wrestling, you can only be at your best if you do it regular, and you've got to be in it to be in it. Just coming back and doing the odd match once a year means you are going to get beaten. And I think you can tell that story. I think Cena can tell that story. And actually, if they do tell that story, the fact that he's now getting wins becomes a lot easier to understand. It's because he's competing more. He's in the groove. He's got that old mojo back. He's got that momentum. It's not that he's coming in cold. He can keep the ball rolling, and that's a lot easier. And I think that would explain it. And I would really build him up on the road to WrestleMania. I'd really, really build him up. I'd make him look really good. Give him wins against good opponents and make him legit feel like he's got a great chance. Because you're right, we need to do that work. But honestly, I think losing clean to Gunther at Mania, just falling short against the current world champion, I don't think there's any shame in that. And then you get right back onto winning ways straight afterwards. So I wouldn't worry me, it wouldn't bother me about him losing clean to Gunther. But you are absolutely right. It's only going to mean something if we build him up on the road. So we definitely need to do that. Early 2025 needs to look real good for John Cena. Right, how long we got? We got 4 minutes. Let's go. In an interview, John Cena said he's got no interest in winning another world championship. He's more interested in putting talent over, said Deshawn. Well, let's see how it plays out. I will be shocked if he doesn't get 17, honestly. I will be shocked. He will be spoken to. And I think, putting talent over, as has just been said, is a great thing for him to do. At this stage in his career, it makes sense for him to do that, but it doesn't mean anything unless Cena has wins. It doesn't mean, like, you know, the Austin Theory example is great. Look at where Theory is now. That win over Cena did nothing for Austin Theory. Even after WrestleMania, immediately after WrestleMania, it didn't really do anything for him, because beating John Cena in the 2020s just, it has no value. It's a bit like Jake Paul beating Mike Tyson. Does anyone look at Jake Paul now as being like this amazing boxer because he beat Mike Tyson? Nope. Everyone's looking at it for what it actually was, which was that Mike Tyson, you know, long ago lost what made him so so special. We said, like, towards Tyson, the end of Tyson's actual career, he was losing against boxers that he shouldn't have been losing against, or he wouldn't have lost against in the 80s. So even towards the end of Tyson's actual boxing career, he was not doing, you know, what 1980s Tyson could do. So then fast forward 20 odd years, you know, this is why everyone was so concerned that, like, well, how's he going to beat, like, someone in their prime? And the answer is he couldn't. And I think it just made everyone quite sad. So, you know, we kind of got to a similar point with Cena, really. So, yeah, he can come and put people over, but he's got to go about it the right way. If he just loses all year, they ain't going to put no one over. He ain't going to put anyone over, is he? So, I think Triple H knows that as well. So, the booking is going to be very, very interesting to see how they go about it. Right, Mayor Pete said Jacob had criminal issues in his past as well. He did, but it took him a long time to overcome those, didn't it? I mean, Jacob was in MLW for ages, and actually, I don't even know if we would have got Jacob if Vince had still been in charge. I mean, I think it was only The Rock getting onto the board, because it feels a bit too coincidental that Jacob was known about, and Jacob did amazing work in MLW. I mean, what Jacob's doing now is not new. It's not come out of nowhere. I mean, everyone has known. It's not even like, it wasn't even a secret. It's not even as if, like, oh yeah, if you watched MLW, then you knew. Like, no, everyone knew. Footage of Jacob was all over social media, just like footage of Zilla is now. Like, everyone knows Zilla. If you're online, everyone knows Jacob, or knew Jacob, but it still never got him into WWE. And I think that it took The Rock getting onto the board to finally get him into WWE. So he did overcome it, but it took a long time. It might even have took The Rock to get on the board. Right. Ian said the last live WWE event before Netflix. Okay, we are in Houston, Texas. The Toyota Center. Let's go. Ian said, I hope we get content like Table of Three on Netflix. That's the stuff I don't think we're going to get, to be honest. There's no word that we're getting anything like that. Okay, CM Punk, Seth Rollins, they are face to face tonight. CM Punk, Seth freaking Rollins. We're just seeing CM Punk arriving. I don't actually know what kicks the show off. It's a sold out Toyota Center. Oh, hello. Joe and Wade are both standing by the fans. Next week. A mega card next week. But what we've got here tonight is extra special, says Joe. I think Joe's been excellent, you know. Jey Uso's kicking off the show. Hello, New Day are coming out, though. Okay, New Day are coming out. They said we're going to be commercial free for a bit. Whoa! Kofi's come out. Xavier's come out. They're not happy. Shut it down, says Kofi. They're booing them. New Day sucks chance. Yeah, and it's getting louder as well. It's getting louder. You got a problem? Look at that. He's picking a fight with Jesus. He hasn't even... we've got a boo sign in the crowds. Xavier tries to talk, but the boos grow louder. Dexter Loomis said, "Cool acknowledgement. Acknowledge me," says Dexter Loomis. Brackets fan account. Acknowledged. New Day sucks chance breaking out. Everyone joining in on those now. Xavier and Kofi are just looking confused. What did we even do to you? Kofi tries to talk, and the boos just grow louder. There's only a limited amount of time. Let us speak. Yeah, these boos continuing to grow. It's Kaz said, "Here we go. Final Raw of 2024. New Day sucks chance again. So good. It's very Dominic Mysterio, isn't it? Where they let the crowd talk. Is it Jay? Jay's coming out. It's where they go to talk and then stop. They know how to work the crowds. Here's Jay. Big reaction for him. The boos turn to yeets. Jay said, "I'm so glad they turned them heel rather than splitting them." It's good. It's a good contrast. Loud boos, and then as soon as his music hit Jay's music, big pop. Lots of yeets. And Jay is making his way through the crowds. Look at all the crowd, man. Looks great on camera, that does, doesn't it? So over. They are loud in Houston, said Charles. This is all Big E's fault, said Scottish Nightmare. Maggie said, "Feck. Not the yeet man. I hate yeeting. It does my head in." Here he is. The Yeet Meister. Here I go. This could be really fun, actually. I'm looking forward to this exchange. I mean, look, there's two of New Day. There's only one of Jay, so Where's this going? If Jay needs a hand, Sami can come out. Jimmy could come out. I don't think Roman would come out. Does it head to a tag match? I feel like Uso's New Day are just, it's a never-ending feud. And you know what? It should always be a never-ending feud because it's amazing. It's a bit like Randy John Cena. They're just synonymous with each other. God only knows how many times these lot have wrestled. At house shows and everything. Day one-ish. Maybe he challenges one of them tonight, said Theodore. Yep, good shout. Could go that way. Singles match. Maybe face the other one next week or something. I don't know. Because next week's that first Raw on Netflix. I wonder if we get like a big tag match made for next week. Imagine New Day against Jimmy and Jay next week on Raw on Netflix. It's pretty crazy, isn't it, that would actually be really exciting considering we've seen it so many times. Can you talk to them for us, please, said Xavier. Hey, quiet down. Let's see what this chump has got to say. Yeet. We go way back. Ah, they're not even listening to Jey Uso. Can you please talk to them? Yeah, they're not having it. They're not having it. Boo Day. Scott Stanford said, what are the crowd chanting? Are they asking for New Day socks? Yeah. That is what they're asking for. New Day socks. We do go way back, says Jay. Woods. Kofi. I've only got to say one thing. New. Day sucks. I've only got to say one thing. New Day sucks. Okay, right now, Xavier stepping up to Jay. Is this how you want to be? Watch yourself. He's like that. Woods was like that. Watch yourself. They're walking away, you know. New Day sucks being chanted. Kofi's like, nah. So it looks like we're going to get a Jey Uso promo. We've got some other problems to address, says Jay. Solo. But OTC will handle that. I'll handle Drew. Jey Uso calls out Drew. Get your ass to this ring. Oh, hello. Jacob, Tama, Solo, on screen.
That right there is the beginning of an end. Your boy Sami Zayn got a little bit too close to look what happened last Friday. We dropped his ass too.
We dropped Sami last Friday.
What I had to do to get Roman's attention. And then you and Jimmy made a very big mistake.
You and Jimmy made a big mistake
After everything he did to you,
by going back to Roman.
the real Bloodline, and that's us. This one will follow.
This Ulafala will stay on my neck forever.
In the tribal combat match, and remain your tribal chief.
I'm going to remain your tribal chief. It's pretty stacked, isn't it? I mean, we've gone from New Day to Jay to Solo. People are saying, oh, Drew, coming through the crowds, getting in the ring, charging over, collides into Jay. You could see him coming as well. The way that camera, you could see him jump over the barricade, get into the ring, collide into Jay. Jay goes down. So many stories. It's like a flipping collage. Shots raining down here by Drew. He's on top of Jey Uso, smashing him into the ring. Well, listen, he called him out. Didn't he? You wanted him. Here he is. Yeah, you need to pay attention, you boomer. You yeeting boomer. Jay down, Drew. Standing tall. Going to the corner. He's going to look for the Claymore. 3, 2, 1. Bah! Super kick! Super kick by Jay! Double leg takedown. Shots coming in by Jay. Oh! Headbutt by Drew. Goes down. Drew goes into the corner. He's going to look for the Claymore. I think he might get this one. Oh, no. Officials are in. He would have got it. But refs have come down. I wonder if they'll make this match for next week. I wonder if they'll do this. But we can hear your TV sounds. That's all right. This is just how we used to do it. I just unplugged my headphones because we used the TV for other stuff when the family came round, so we'll just listen to it this way. Drew is making his way to the back. Jay is down. Official boomer, said G-Money. Yeah, pretty hot start. 15 minutes. Oh, he's running back. Drew's going back. Ah! Claymore! Jey Uso down. Jey Uso deaded. Yes. That was good. I really love how all these stories have overlapped and kind of flowed into each other. It's been a really fun open. Yeah, Jay has got a few problems, hasn't he? He might have just started a problem with the New Day. He's just been spoken to by Solo. And then he gets laid out by Drew. Yeah, Jay down, Drew backing away. Okay, we're backstage with American Maids.
Chad Gable, tonight is the night. How do you feel knowing that you're finally facing your former friend and protege, Otis, one-on-one?
Is that going to be our first match? Chad Otis.
All the talk about Chad Gable, he can't win a championship. He has trouble with luchadors. He's been ducking Otis.
Are you kidding me?
Tonight I start checking stuff off my bucket list, and
I'm going to start checking stuff off my... I like that, actually.
Otis is the final nail in that coffin. I taught that idiot everything he knows. And tonight, he's going to get his final lesson. And that is that the master...
Otis tonight will get his final lesson.
We weren't just born here. We weren't just raised here.
We were made here.
We weren't just born here. We weren't raised here. We were made here. So there we go. American Made making their way out to the ring. Our first match is going to be Chad versus Otis. And even though I've been a bit critical of the fact we're going back to this feud, I do like what Chad just said. Chad was like, I'm going to start checking things off my bucket list. People are saying I have trouble with luchadors. People are saying that I'm ducking Otis. So here we go. Chad making his way down to the ring. Should be a fun match, actually, him against Otis. Johnny said, doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. Oh, look at Johnny. Look at Johnny. That is quite the quote. So we're just seeing what went down last Monday. Otis helping Tozawa. And American Made backing away. One Otis was too much for all of American Made. So there we go, Chad in the ring. Here's Alpha Academy. Tozawa, Otis, Maxine. Well, they've got a disadvantage with the numbers, haven't they? Daze, what was your favourite year, 94 or 2024? 2024 beats it. 94's WrestleMania 10. Some pretty fun stuff with the double Rumble winners, but... and the Bret Owens stuff was excellent. WrestleMania 10's a really great WrestleMania. It has got a bit of filler in there, though, innit? Everyone remembers, like, Bret and Owen and the ladder match and the title matches, but there's a lot of filler in there. Still a lot of fun, though. Undertaker at SummerSlam was really good. Oh, well, I liked it. I liked the story. But I got 2024 beats that. That's the start of the decline, really. 95 is like the low point, innit? I feel like 94 and 96 are quite similar in the sense of 95 is the bottom. 94, 96 we're coming down from something good, and 96 is us going to something good, but 95 is like rock bottom. Shoulder tackle there by Otis. We are underway then. Macho Man and Crush was sadly, says Brett. That is true, yeah. To be honest, Crush never really felt like a credible opponent for Macho Man in my mind. They did it because Macho Man wanted that match. He was good friends with Crush. So, like, they wanted that match, but I don't know. That's not who I would have been putting Macho Man against in 1994. But then saying that, Vince felt that Macho Man was done, didn't he? I mean, famously, Macho left WWF to go to WCW because Vince didn't really see much, you know. I think Vince wanted the new generation. He felt that, like, the days of Hogan and Macho were done by that point, so he was looking to the future. The problem is the future just wasn't very exciting at that point. You had Brett, and there was Shawn, but really, there was a lack of charisma from the rest of the... I mean, Lex Luger didn't have much charisma. Diesel didn't have much charisma. Owen did. Owen was great. Owen deserved much better than what we got. I'd have loved for Owen to have had a run with the WWE title. I think that could have been really fun. But, yeah, what we ended up with, you know, some of the matches were a bit... Didn't we have Luna Vachon and Bam Bam against Doink and Dink as well? Like, I remember, like, no one really thinks of those kinds of matches when we think to WrestleMania 10, but... Roll through there by Otis. Clothesline. Down goes Chad. Otis is in control. Goes over, grabs Chad. Chad goes into the corner. Oh, Otis Shoulder first. Right now we got Chad. He's grabbing Otis. He's trying to pick him up. Back elbow there by Otis. So it looks like they're going to give this match some time. Normally the first match does get time. Dragon screw. Ooh, Otis comes crashing down. That can really do some damage to your knee, you know. Kicks coming in there by Chad. Otis looking to roll out the ring. Mabel as King of the Ring was bad, says Mackenzie. Yeah, there was plenty about that new generation time that was just not great. No one was able to touch HBK from the moment he threw Marty out of that barber shop. It was a great time for Undertaker, HBK. I mean, I love Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. I love Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. So, like, I agree. I mean, for those people, and Brett, I mean, Brett Owen is just one of the great feuds, isn't it? So there's plenty of, like, the innovation of bringing in the ladder match. There's some really good stuff from 94. As I said, I like Undertaker. But you can tell the product is struggling in 94. The new generation hasn't really took hold. But, you know, the innovation of 2 Rumble winners and then doing 2 championship matches at WrestleMania. He went for the headbutt there, Chad, but Otis moved out the way. Otis should get a mid-card title, said Tree Line. He puts in the work. Robert said, I don't see Jackie Redmond as part of the team. Is she off this week until Raw goes to Netflix? Or is she on SmackDown? Or is she off? Don't know. She's still, you know, part of WWE, but I would think they would want her on Raw, so perhaps she's just off this week. Back elbow there by Otis. Big clothesline. I think they see her as, like, their best announcer, interviewer. She tends to do... You don't really get Kathy Kelly hosting the kickoff show, but you do get Jackie Redmond doing it. Otis is in control. Chad is down. Otis goes back to the corner. Think the Caterpillar. Here it is. Boom. The elbow at the end wasn't brilliant. Chad Gable gets his foot on the rope. Foot on the rope. I think it was thanks to American Made. Now Tozawa comes round. They're beating down on Tozawa. Picking him up, chucking him down. Otis trying to deal with the Creeds. Boom! Into the Timekeeper's area. Grabs Julius. Julius goes into the Timekeeper's area. There's press there by Maxine. Maxine all over Ivy Nile. Otis goes back into the ring. Basement drop kick there by Chad. Otis goes down. Ankle lock being applied. Oh yeah, we've got these great semi-final matches. They're going to be fun. So Otis is down. We've had almost half an hour of the show already. Otis trying to roll over. Chad's has got Otis's ankle. Chad's kicks out at Otis kicks out at Chad. Chad goes down. Mackenzie said, did Drew hurt Jay with that Glasgow kiss? I thought there was a rule that you don't headbutt Samoans since that they heavily hard heads. They haven't really presented the Usos that way, to be honest. So I think he did hurt him, and the Usos always tend to sell that. Even Roman tends to sell that. Then that kind of Samoan thing only tends to apply to certain people. I think it's more the bigger Samoans, like Jacob. I mean, Jacob has no-sold stuff to the head before, but they don't tend to do it for Usos or Roman. Shirt is ripped off there by Otis. He's going to look to pick up and slam down Chad. Now he's going for the ankle lock. Ankle lock in. Otis has got the ankle lock applied. Chad's in trouble. He rolls over. He kicks out at Otis, and again. Slap coming in. Chad Gable is down. Otis screams out at Chad. Grabs the leg again. Oof. Tell you what, they're really giving this match time, aren't they? Oh, he's looking for a German. Oh, that was great. That was so good. Chad Gable with a monstrous German. That was so good. I mean, he didn't just, like, pick him up. It's not like Otis jumped. Like, it really felt like he flipping deadlifted him. Oh. Is that a back elbow? Otis back against the ropes. Ivy grabbing the leg of Otis, though. Ivy's been dragged into the ring. Did she say my bad? I think she was like, my bad. Right, Otis goes down. Chad grabbing the ankle again. Oh, it's really cinched in. It's really cinched in. Ankle lock is in. It's cinched in. He's trying to get over to the ropes, Otis. I don't know that he's going to make it. And he taps. Otis taps. Chad Gable gets the win over Otis. I mean, there was outside interference, though. So Wade Barrett said, I've never seen Otis look that level before. It took the entirety of American Made. So there we go. They're celebrating. They've got their arms raised. Otis looking disappointing. James said 95 was effing awful. Business was so bad, and they were doing the shows in the high school gyms. I think they were in 94 as well, yeah. It was really bad. Here's Rhea. Right. 2024 was meant to be Mommy's year. I walked in and I walked out. With the Women's World Championship, but I took my eyes off the ball. After all the betrayal. This has to end. I forgot about this match. Last woman standing, isn't it? Next week. Here's Liv. Everything you did to me, I did right back to you. This has to end. Do you know, big Raw moments of 2024, they had Liv and Dom kissing, but they just showed that they kissed at SummerSlam. I'm thinking, why have that moment in your top 10 Raw moments if they kissed at SummerSlam? I've always been one step ahead of you. It's a good video package, this. Please, God, can we never see Liv and Rhea together in a ring again, says Maggie. Beast Mode said, everyone but anyone who wants this to end can't forget Liv versus Rhea, last woman standing. Well, I think it does end next week. I think Liv wins. I think someone interferes and takes Rhea's attention away. Here's Judgment Day. There's Raquel. There's Finn.
She's been so busy preparing for a match with Rhea, I haven't had a chance to talk to her.
Oh, I'm sure Lady Liv knows exactly how to deal.
I'm sure Lady Liv has got a plan.
Just like I've got a plan on how to deal with the War Raiders and Damian Priest.
Okay, Finn Balor's got a plan.
What else is cool? When we listen to Finn, we win.
When we listen to Finn, we win. Can you tell Liv? I wish her the very best of luck next Monday. Smile on Finn's face. Oh, hello, backstage. Adam Pearce talking to CM Punk. We got that tonight. Few people in the background, but nothing of note. There's Pure Fusion Collective. Zoe Stark in a big match. She takes on Dakota Kai. There's Iyo, there's Dakota. That match coming up tonight as well. Raw is Netflix. When we listen to Finn, we end up in the bin, said Maggie. Why is the apple yellow? Did anyone notice that, said Tyler. I did not notice. Perhaps he likes yellow apples. Your tribal chief said the longer they keep Howdy away, the more I think he's going to return as the Fiend. Maybe? I don't see a need for it, personally. But then I don't know why we're keeping him away at all, to be honest. I mean, they haven't really been on the roster that long. We haven't really seen that much of them. As I said earlier, there's not really a good enough reason for him to need to go away. Some people are thinking it's going to result in him coming back with Alexa. Some people are thinking he's going to come back with a darker persona. Some people are thinking it could be the Fiend. I don't know. Boom! R-Truth gets attacked from behind by Pete Dunne. So, Pete Dunne, R-Truth, I don't even know if we're going to get to this match. Has the bell sounded? Okay, first match was good. 96%. I'm nobody's butch. Is that a catchphrase he's going to try and get over, is it? I'm nobody's butch. Referee's telling him to head to the back. Oh, Jackie Redmond has said she's on hockey duty. All right, well, there we go. So we're not going to get that match, unfortunately. I can't wait to personally knock Zoe out of this tournament. So we got Dakota and Iyo backstage. That little thing was a bit...
Me and Dakota in the final, honestly, would be great. Well, tonight you face Lyra Valkyria, someone who you faced in many high-profile matches before. So how confident are you that you're going to head to the final?
Lyra has my respect. One day she will be champion.
Lyra's got my respects. One day she will be champion. Let's do it.
Sounds like they're both excited for these matches. Joe, Wade, back to you.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Is that where we're going? Are we doing damage control versus damage control? Is it going to be a case that we're going to get Iyo and Dakota into the final? Well, there we go. Does anyone else get tired of WWE having people interrupt matches? Yes. Also, why isn't it 3 or more on one, and with all the people in the back, no one comes out to help, says Mark. It's, I mean, like, in that example there, I mean, that I think was going to be a match. It's just that Pete Dunne jumps R-Truth before, and then they bring out the officials. I suppose part of it is, like, people don't want to get involved in stuff they don't need to get involved in. Everyone's trying to figure out what the right way forward is for them, and if you went out there and helped your mates all the time, you'd just get bogged down with stuff that's just not your problem, really. So I can sort of understand why wrestlers don't come down. Some people might not be watching, some people might not be aware that it's even happening. Some people might be getting ready for their own matches. Those that are watching, those that are aware, might be thinking to themselves, really don't want to be getting involved in this, you know. But there is a lot of stuff that happens outside interference. Probably a bit too much, I do agree. Right, we're just having a look at this Women's Intercontinental Championship tournament. Zoe Stark is in the ring. So we're going to go to match number 2. It's going to be Dakota Kai versus Zoe Stark. Let's go. Let's ask you lot which way you think this is going to go. Who do you think is going to win? Who wins? Is it going to be Dakota? Or is it going to be Zoe Stark? If they want to do it being an all damage control final, then obviously Dakota's going to win this. Daze, is this the best roster of all time, or have they had another year? No, I mean, I think it's hard to look past the Attitude Era, isn't it? There's some great rosters during the Golden Era. But, I mean, Attitude Era, certainly with the top end of the cards. I mean, they've got great options now. Lots of big names. But, I don't know, how many people have they got right at the very top of the card? Like Punk, Roman, Cody. Is Kevin right at the top of the card? He is at the moment. But he hasn't got that many world championships to his name, has he? In fact, didn't they say he hasn't actually won a singles title in 7 years? Isn't there some sort of crazy fact about Kevin that I saw the other day? That it's been years and years and years since he won a singles title. If you go back to like the Attitude Era, I mean, Undertaker's hard to replace, isn't he? Stone Cold's hard to replace. You could make the argument Roman has replaced Stone Cold, but then, I don't know, who's replaced The Rock? Who replaced Triple H? Who's replaced Jericho? I think it's one of the best rosters, but I don't know if you can say it's the best roster. Right now, we've got Zoe Dakota on the edge of the ring. Big boot to the midsection. She's got Dakota up on her shoulders. Boom! Top rope enziguri. Against the ropes goes. Oh! Dakota against the ropes. Zoe Stark. Springboarding. Look great. Are we going to our first commercial break? I think this is our first one. Wow. It's not the best roster because AJ Styles is injured and is also not WWE champion, said Mitchell. Does anyone else think sometimes people are better in NXT? They just feel bigger down in NXT. It is true. I don't know that they're better, but I mean, like, you know, if you're in NXT, like, say, Trick Williams, you are a big fish in a little pond. I mean, really, Trick Williams, he is not got much in the way of competition. You know, who else is around? Ethan Page, Ridge Holland, Obafemi. You know, they're trying to build up Eddie Thorpe. I mean, really, if you look at the top end of the men's division, it's not stacked. There's not like, you know, there ain't loads of names that you've got to try and outshine. And so for someone like Trick, I mean, it's quite... He's just the man, isn't he? His aura is just off the charts. He's the champ, and, you know, outside of, say, Obafemi, you know, maybe you can make an argument for a couple of other people. Very easy for him to stand out and shine. You put him, though, on the main roster, where he's got to, you know, stand alongside Seth and Roman and Jey Uso and Cody and Gunther and Finn Balor and, like, all of these people. Like, it's so drastically different. NXT is so drastically different because not only is it a promotion where there's not as much star power, it's a promotion where at least half the roster are learning how to wrestle. So actually, you know, everyone on the main roster knows how to wrestle. And not only that, but then you've got a good chunk of people that have built their names up over years and years and years. They've established themselves. So, you know, you are competing against full rosters. Whereas in NXT, you're not, are you? Like, you know, Trick Williams has only got to worry about not even half the roster, probably a quarter of the roster, because 3/4 are learning how to wrestle, or they are at a level that's not quite ready to be champion, you know? They're kind of around the mid-card stage, you know? There might be a Nathan Frazier, might be an Axiom, might be Brooks Jensen, you know? That are still learning, but they're nowhere near the top end of the card. Whereas once you get to the main roster, you know, the rosters are just as big, but you don't have that talent that's learning how to wrestle. You've got former world champions everywhere you look, and it's stacked. I mean, it's just so drastically different. So yeah, much easier to be in NXT, much easier. But you can't stay in developmental, can you? You got to get to the main roster. That's what you're trained to do. They train you up so that when you get to the main roster, you got the skills so that you can swim. And sometimes those that are sinking a little bit, it's not even their fault. It's just the creative isn't quite right. The creative's not really bringing out the best in them, you know? I feel sorry for them, really. You know, like people like Lyra Valkyria, I think they've done not a bad job with. But even she has been a bit stop-start. But look at like how they used Tegan Knox when she got called up. It was a flipping disaster, wasn't it? Or Kiana James before she got injured. Backstabber there by Dakota, but surely that hurt her back. Dakota charging round, looking for a big boot. She goes over the other side, lays that into Zoe as well. Going for the cover, 2. Kick out there by Zoe. Yeah, we're just having a look at the replay there. I really... Knee coming in there by Zoe. Ooh! Kip up there by Zoe. Ah! Big knee by Zoe. 1, 2. Kick out by Dakota. Fun little match this, you know. CBEAS. How stupid do we think referees are? Yeah, they're pretty stupid. They can very easily get confused. Even more easily get distracted. 1, 2. Oh, that was really close for Dakota. Yeah, refs can get easily distracted. And they can miss very, very obvious things as well, can't they? Would be good to tighten that a little, actually. I'd like to see the refs be a bit more intelligent moving forwards. Shoulder up there by Dakota. It's honestly really not a bad match, this, you know. Considering we don't really see these two in singles action that much. I mean, we don't see much of Dakota at all because of her injuries. Really not bad. Zoe screams out to the fans. Over against the ropes. Dakota goes up. She tried to come down and stomp on Zoe. Dakota goes into the corner. Oh, big boot there by Dakota. Look at the sell by Zoe. Zoe was like out on her feet. Dakota has got Zoe on her shoulder. Oh, that might do it, you know. 1, 2, 3. Dakota wins. You lot thought she would. Dakota gets the victory in a pretty fun match. Pretty fun match. Had a good pace to it. Lots of action. Crowd were invested. That was not bad at all, you know. Or at least I didn't think so. Fireman's carry, Pele kick. I think she sort of hit her twice with that Pele kick, you know. She kind of hit her with the one foot, and then as the other foot was following through, she kind of kicked her again. I really like that. I don't think she meant to do it on purpose, but I really like it if she can kind of make that work for her. So Dakota has made it through to the final. I wonder if that means that Iyo will make it. Probably does make it a bit more likely, doesn't it? Right, we are in Houston, Texas. We're just seeing shots of Texas. They're just talking about the very first episode. Raw has been on cable TV since January 11th. 1993. Ah, we're doing a little look back. Let's go. The Manhattan Center. I'm always down for a look back at Raw. Ah! Look at these moments. Becky with the bloody nose. Kofi and Randy. The ring break-in with Braun and Big Show. Ah, Edge and Christian. Tyson and Austin! Tyson and Austin! God. It's like looking back on your life, innit? Raw is Jericho. I do like how they're not being petty, you know? I really like how they don't worry about how some of these stars are on AEW, you know? Back in the day, we would not have shown Edge and Christian. We would not have shown Jericho. but it don't matter. Bray and the Funhouse. Wow. How many people just went, ah! In that moment there. They just showed Sasha as well winning the title. Eddie and Chyna. Daniel, Bryan, and the whole Yes movement. Cody returning. The beer truck. God, so good. So good. Stone Cold. Stone Cold. There's Seth. Backstage, Adam Pearce having a word with him. Really good, that. Really, really good. There's Lyra. Let's go, Lyra. She's warming up backstage. The last time is now. Starts next Monday. Oh, it's a slightly different presentation for the Judgment Day. Judgment Day are making their way out. Is this new music? I never flipping know music. 6-man tag match. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Match number 3, Judgment Day. Taking on War Raiders and Damian Priest. 13 and 4. So that last match, that also got good 96%. Christopher said, I don't know if it means anything, but the Judgment Day segment, there was a Finn Balor red-faced demon character. Did you see it? Yeah, it's been in the background quite a bit, that, buds. They tend to have that. It's been like, I think it's on like a lunchbox or something. So I wouldn't read much into it. It tends to be like a decoration they have in the background for their segments. It does sound like a new theme, but every theme sounds the same, so it's hard to tell. I don't disagree with you there. I don't disagree. Right, 6-man tag match. This is going to take us from hour 1 into hour 2. New theme sucks. Daze, your love for Eva Marie could be awarded. She's filed for divorce. Get in there, said James. Has she? Oh. I'm disappointed to hear that. I was never a fan of her wrestling. I don't think too many people were, but it's a shame to hear that she's filing for divorce. God, could you imagine that? Could you imagine if me and Eva Marie did get together? Wouldn't that be just the most unlikely pairing in the history of humanity? Take a poll of how many people are going to sign up for Netflix. Just how would I do that, Monk? How would we even? I don't even know if that number will ever be revealed. I don't think we'll ever get to know how many extra people signed up. Just like we don't know how many people extra signed up for the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight. We know how many people tuned in around the world, but I don't know that we'll ever know how many people signed up. I feel bad for Carlito. They need to leave, said Blue Will Sonic. Dr. Luchalala said, if you did get with Eva, I will make sure to send you some earplugs. Well, if I did get with Eva, I can assure you she would never return to the ring. I don't mind her coming back to WWE. I don't hate her as a person. I just never wanted to see her wrestle. So if I did get with her, I give you my word, I would make sure that any attempt for an in-ring return would be dissuaded. But I'd still let her return for, like, you know, catch-ups. I was going to say legends meetups, but I don't know if she's regarded as a legend. I don't know. There's more chance of Man United winning the Premier League than you and Eva Marie hooking up. That is true, actually, Kim's Chains. I don't think I could ever lower my standards to the point where I would get with someone that I really didn't enjoy their wrestling, you know? I think respect is very important. I don't think I could ever lower my standards to that level, so... You're probably right. You're probably right. Matty said, I still think the WWE Network was a better idea, especially for a library of old matches. Well, better for fans, but not better for WWE from a financial point of view. WWE definitely going to make more money by going over to Netflix. Okay, right, here we go. We're back to the action. 6-man tag coming up. This will take us from hour 1 into hour 2. Big E is going to be a part of WWE's on Raw on Netflix post-show. That's interesting, isn't it? We've got some news here from Fightful. Oh, hello. New Day are actually up in the stands. Oh, it's gone to a black screen. What was that about? What was that about? We had Vic Joseph up there. What was that? I don't even know what that was. Joe announced that he, Wade, and Big E will be part of the Raw on Netflix post-show on January 6th. What was that Joe moment with the New Day? The flip. Well, I need that for Unseen. Because what was it? Did you not get that as well? US were on commercial. They saw Vic Joseph and went, Yeah, that was really strange. We cut back. You had New Day standing up above, like, the arena with Vic Joseph. And it felt a bit like, you know, those interviews that Jackie was doing that got posted online. It felt like Vic was doing one of those with the New Day. Maybe something for the live fans during the commercial break. I don't think we were really meant to see that, to be honest. I fully expect the New Day and Vic Joseph to have like an interview go online soon. Here's War Raiders. Here's Damian Priest. But Valhalla isn't here. No, she had a kid, hasn't she? I think she's just had a kid. Here's Damian. Valhalla awaits. I met my girlfriend by asking who is your favourite wrestler, and I'll know if you're a fake fan if you mention Rock or Austin. But she said Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, and that won me over, said Word of Wrestling. That's great. I love that story. Edward said she's probably filing for divorce because she was shocking in the bedroom like she was in the ring. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine if she was as bad in the bedroom as she was in the ring. I don't think she would be. I don't even know that it would be possible. Here we go. Not really too excited for this, to be honest. I'm not really too bothered by this six-man tag. Doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's another one of those, isn't it, where if Judgment Day win, does it change anything? If War Raiders and Damian win, does it change anything? Eddie Thorpe's tweeted "My King" in response to Dakota picking up that victory. We're just seeing what went down last week. Big Bronson Reed said, I want King Kota to win it all. So Big Bronson Reed is firmly behind Dakota. All dead, everything, says Tony. How do we think your favourite wrestler, Penta, gets booked in WWE? Don't know. Genuinely don't know. I mean, it looks like he's going straight to the main roster, doesn't it? So, will he get put with Ray? I mean, that's got to have crossed their minds, hasn't it? To put him with Ray and Dragon Lee. Or do you book him as a separate entity like Andrade? But I don't think Penta's got a command of the English language, does he? I don't know that he speaks English. Like, Andrade can at least stumble his way through. But I don't think Penta can. So if he is going to stand alone, he's going to need a manager. He's going to need a mouthpiece. We might end up with that Jose, the assistant, which I never rated. I never liked him, that translator guy. I just wasn't into Penta or the Lucha Bros in AEW. And they ain't going to change my tune just because he's coming to WWE. So, I'll have an open mind. Everyone deserves another chance. There was plenty of people that did rate them. So, we'll see what he does when he comes in, but booking him, I don't know, because I wouldn't even hire him. JD crawling over to the corner. Mark, shout out to you. Okay, it is a new entrance music. No DQ said Judgment Day have got new entrance music. Sounds like something a random AEW wrestler would have had. The scary thing about this is I don't think we're working with Def Rebel anymore. So, who do we blame now? Who do we blame now? Shinsuke speaks Japanglish. He has got subtitle promos. So why shouldn't Penta have subtitle promos? He could have subtitle promos. You could go that way. I don't know if you want to do that too many times though. But you know, you could have Shinsuke doing it on SmackDown, Penta doing it on Raw. That would be fine. But I don't know that you want to have that too many times. Finn Balor over the commentary table. And we go to commercial break. Imagine WWE does a 180 and gives Penta a Kerwin White gimmick. Thoughts? No. Braden said, no one says that Def Rebel left. They said Def Rebel will leave once the contract is up. But they didn't say when the contract is up. So it could still be Def Rebel, could it? What is the latest on Def Rebel? So in September, it says they will finish when their contract's up. The contract with the group is in place until around the end of 2024. So perhaps we're just getting the final dying stage. Perhaps that's why it just sounds so mid. Because not only could it be Def Rebel, but it might be Def Rebel, an uninterested Def Rebel. A Def Rebel that's just not engaged at all. So, yeah, it could just be a very underwhelming Def Rebel. So yeah, perhaps we blame them for now, and then if we still get awful stuff next year. Although saying that, maybe they could get them to make a load of stuff before they go, couldn't they? Boom. What's the difference? I feel like all of Def Rebel's songs have been awful. Ninja said Roman should at least show up on SmackDown this week for a face-off, at least, says Ninja. I don't think he's going to be honest. They do need to build that match, though. We did get Solo in a little pre-recorded thing. I'm guessing it'll probably be a video package. If we were going to get Roman on this show, I think they definitely would have announced it by now. Edward said, I'm honest, I would bring Penta in as a heel. I would put him with Escobar. He could be in Legado del Fantasma, but also be a client of Santos, as they are both Mexican. Thoughts? Fine. Honestly, I'm just so uninterested. I know it's the wrong attitude, but I just don't care. I don't care about Penta, so it's really hard for me to get into like fantasy booking for him because I just don't care. And I can't even pretend that I care. So, fine. Put him in LWO, put him in Legado del Fantasma, have him on his own, put him with a manager, don't put him with a manager. I couldn't give a flip. Honestly. I'm going to give him a chance, right? I am going to give him a chance. It's not that he's dead to me and that's it, right? But my patience with him is going to be relatively short, I think. I mean, listen, so many people criticize AEW. The only thing that I really hope is that if that was you, if you are someone that constantly criticizes AEW, and it seems like there's a lot of people out there that do it, then I hope you keep that same energy when these stars come over to WWE. I hope that people are gonna, be honest with themselves, and it's not the same thing that was happening in AEW was rubbish, but if it happens in WWE, it's now apparently great. Like, I don't like to think of myself as being two-faced. I like to think myself as being honest with what I see. I was not a fan of Lucha Bros in AEW, and I was critical of it, and I will absolutely stand by that with Penta and Phoenix coming over to WWE. And there ain't no swerves, there ain't no pivots, there ain't no double standards. I'm gonna, have the exact same stuff to say. That's my fear. So it is quite interesting seeing people be down on Lucha Bros and how they don't sell and how they're just gymnasts and all this stuff. But then as soon as they get announced for WWE, there's like all this excitement. Like, try not to be that person. That's all I would say. Right, we are back from the commercial break. We've got Ivar trying to come over and make the tag. Finn Balor grabbing a hold of the leg. In comes Damian. Tag made. Dominic. We haven't seen much of Dirty Dom on this show, actually. Big shot there by Damian. Down goes JD. Down goes Dominic. Gets hurled hard down to the ground. Back elbow there by Damian. Damian against the ropes. Down goes Dom. Big right hand there to Finn. Finn goes down as well. Already 10 minutes into this second hour. That was a weird coming off the ropes, wasn't it? Damian goes against the ropes, but he kind of went chest first and then, turned around. Do you remember how Ambrose used to go against the ropes? He used to go through the second and the top rope, bend back, and then shoot back off, didn't he? That was kind of innovative. JD goes up, moonsaults to the outside, lands on Eric. Here's Ivar! Ah! Collides into JD. Right now, we've got Dominic up in the air. Razor's Edge. Oh, reversed. Dirty Dom looking good. Against the ropes. Oh! Planted by Damian. Damian pins Dirty Dom. Okay, so Damian going up to the corner, his arms outstretched. It's a win for Damian. and the War Raiders. I don't know what happened to if we follow Finn, we win. That certainly isn't showing itself to be true. War Raiders come and make the save. 10 minutes ago. There it is. I think we caught the tail end of this in the UK. I don't think you had this in America. But this is going to be... There they were. This is the tail end of what we caught when we came back from commercial break. Okay, we're backstage. Oh, look at that woman. She didn't realise she was in the shot. She's ended up going to... There's a woman that was like, oh my God, and she's just had to kind of try and hide. Love that. Botch. Jay and Drew. Next week. At Crispy Wrestling said Def Rebel is giving us one more go F yourself before they leave. That is what's happened. That is what's happened. John Cena next week, of course. CM Punk, Seth Rollins. We got that coming up tonight. Hello. Eric and Ivar are wearing armbands. Oh, I missed that. That's very cool. In honor of Jax Dane. That's good. I missed that. Okay, we're just seeing Seth pacing around backstage. As we said, we've got that face-to-face coming up. It doesn't say it's next, though. Jay Drew next week. That is a fish. Bum, bum, bum. Get Finn out of this group, said Crispy Wrestling. Right, Edward said, what do we think main events next week's show? I would have CM Punk, Seth, or Rhea Liv. They've not been building Bloodline. I think it's got to be Bloodline. Roman's the biggest star. How do we not have Roman main event in next week's show? I mean, I think that Seth... It's either Roman solo or it's Seth CM Punk. It's either of those. One is going to start the show. One is going to end the show. I think it'll be Roman solo that ends the show, but I don't know. They could go with Seth CM Punk, but Roman is such a massive star. It's really hard to see him not closing next week's show. Roman has got to make at least a SmackDown appearance, said Theodore. Roman doesn't need building. People saying we've not really built this. What are you on about? This storyline has been building since WrestleMania. Like, just because he's not been here this week makes no difference whatsoever. It's Roman Reigns. Like, it's Roman. He's massive star. Main evented the past God knows how many WrestleManias. Just had one of the craziest title runs of all time. And this whole thing with Solo, like, has been a massive part of SummerSlam, Survivor Series. The fact he's not here this week makes no difference whatsoever. So, it really doesn't matter about, like, the fact he's not here. Doesn't change for me the fact that it absolutely could be Roman solo that main events next week. I don't mind. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I certainly wouldn't disqualify Roman solo because he's not here this week. So for me, it's going to be either that or I don't think they'll go Liv Rhea. To be honest, we've seen it so many times. I don't think they'll go that. I could see that being more a match that takes us from hour 1 into hour 2 or hour 2 into hour 3. I think Roman Solo, probably main events. Seth against CM Punk might open the show. But that could also take us hour 1, hour 2, or hour 2, hour 3. We might open the show with Jay Drew, now that that's just been announced. We could open with Jay versus Drew. Hour 1 to hour 2 could be Liv Rhea. Hour 2 to hour 3 could be Seth Punk. And then main event could be Roman Solo. I'd probably, if there was a bookies that was taking bets, I'd probably go with that as my predicted layout. It's pretty good, isn't it? It's pretty good. And in there, you need to fit in the final of the Women's Intercontinental as well, because I'm sure that's next week. Penta. Yeah, we don't... I've not had this. Are we missing this again in the UK? I never saw that. But there we go. I mean, if there was any doubt, and I don't think there was, this has been shown. Okay, Ludwig is in the ring. We got 40 minutes left to go. 40 minutes left to go. Ludwig, what's he gonna say? Ladies and gentlemen. I've retweeted that little clip. I don't know if I just missed it. I might have done because I was chatting with you guys. But if it wasn't shown in certain places, I've just retweeted it to the Twitter. Okay, we got Ludwig Kaiser. Everyone knows I should be at the top of the food chain. Ludwig Kaiser is A+ everything. Okay, so Ludwig wants Braun Breaker. Who's coming down? Sheamus is coming down. Okay. Not who we requested, but Sheamus has come out. Sheamus is not in wrestling attire. He's making his running though. He's in jeans and a leather jacket. These two going at it. Sheamus all over Ludwig. We never really talk about Sheamus, do we? We talk a lot about Drew. We talk a lot about a lot of other people. We never really talk about Sheamus. Kaiser. Big knee there by Sheamus. Ludwig goes down. Maybe they heard your comments on Penta and they thought they wouldn't bother showing you the vignette. Well, I appreciate it. Sheamus in the corner. He's going to go for the brogue. Boom! Connects. So Sheamus lays out Ludwig Kaiser. WWE Creative Humor said Ludwig is European elegance, meaning he dresses like a cat burglar. Okay, backstage, we've got LWO and Alpha Academy. You'll get another shot at Gable. He's sad. He's dejected. Here's New Day. Rey Mysterio, locker room leader. Why don't you two back off and take your BS somewhere else? If you guys are feeling froggy and you want to jump, we can jump. What? That was savage from Kofi. They're like, what? So you'll be in the match then, Rey? And what, will you be in it with one of these Rey Mysterio cosplayers? What about mask guy or hat guy or no hat guy? Or what about this little kid that's got 12-inch boots on? Referring to Zelina. That was unnecessarily savage, wasn't it? Because where's that going to go? That was just being, like, nasty for the sake of being nasty. That's bullying. That is bullying. Lyra against Iyo coming up. Fitzy, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Welcome. Up next, Lyra Iyo. Right, Proctor Dill said Def Rebel, just 2 divorced dads with Pro Tools. It is, yeah. It does seem that way, doesn't it? I don't know how they got hired, to be honest. I don't know what they cooked up that impressed WWE so much that they hired them. But pretty much from the start, people have said they're rubbish. People have referred to them as ass. So I don't know who comes in and replaces, but hopefully it's going to be an improvement. It can't be worse. Richard Jr. said, Daze, what title will Pure Fusion Collective get on the main roster? Would it set up Pure Fusion Collective demolish women's IC title belt? No. I'm not expecting them to do anything around the IC title. I think if they're going to get a title, it'll be the tag one, won't it? I mean, they're a faction of 3 women, so got to think it makes sense for them to go after the tag belts. Those tag titles, women's tag titles, they can be defended on either brand, can't they? So just because they're not over on SmackDown, it shouldn't be a problem. I could see them feuding. Obviously, we don't know what's happening with the Jade reveal. It might be that it turns out it was Bianca and Naomi, and then all of a sudden they become heels. And you ain't going to do heel versus heel, so I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky for Pure Fusion Collective. I don't see them being anywhere near the world title. I've got to think it's more likely they'll get the tag belts than the mid-card title, but not impossible, of course. They've got some great talent. I could see Shayna being... Shayna Baszler being Intercontinental, Women's Intercontinental. That makes a lot of sense. Zoe Stark could absolutely get her hands on it at some point, so it's not impossible, but I don't know that that'll be the first title that PFC get their hands on. Mackenzie said it could be Penta. It could be Penta. What could be Penta, buds? Oh, I see what you mean. That partners up with Rey. Got ya. So, Ray next week with a mystery partner. That person could be Penta. That's an interesting thought, actually. And if he does come in, like, does that then mean he's a member of LWO, or would it just be a one-off? Yeah, that's a good shout, that is. That's a good shout. Zelina, 10 seconds ago, they are 6 inches. Not that you know what that looks like. Okay, for me, I'd be like, no. Mine's much bigger than 6 inches. That is not necessarily the diss that she thinks it is. They are 6 inches. Not that you know what that looks like. She could have said that on the show. Def Rebel is a good group, but they own no rights to songs. So if I was them, I wouldn't put all my effort into something I can't claim either, said Mackenzie. I disagree with that. You've been hired to do a job. And, you know, this is a massive advert for your skills. So not only can you contribute and be responsible for like some of the fans' favorite ever themes and actually do the job you're being paid for, but it's a great advert for if you do move on, showing, you know, the world what you're capable of. I mean, coming in and just, I'm not going to say they half-arsed it, right? I'm not going to accuse them of that, but coming in and underwhelming, I mean, that just ain't a good business move in any sense. Even if that stuff isn't theirs to keep, it's still got their name associated with it. It's still their reputation. We got signs of the night. My first Raw. Lots of first Raws. I'm from India. The best in the world. Thank you, USA Network, for Monday Night Raw. Here's Lyra. She hasn't got her wings. Lyra making her way down to the ring. Surely Iyo, the favourite in this one. And we do an all damage control final. Let's see what you lot think, though. Def Rebel laid a giant drop in their, 4 years in WWE. Who wins? Who wins, kids? Lyra or Iyo? Let's see what you lot think. Who else would WWE have to do to stack the lineup even more? Just need to keep delivering like the big names. I mean, I do think you know, if they do Penta and Ray against New Day, I mean, that's great, isn't it? We've already got 2 women's matches. We don't know what Becky's going to be doing. We don't know what Cena's going to be doing. I mean, we're back to 3 hours. So how many matches do we need? 6? 2 matches an hour? If you do 2 matches in an hour, which is about right because this is match number 4 that we've got right now. And there's only half an hour left, so we know that we've got Punk and Seth still to come. So you can do 2 matches an hour very comfortably. So what have we got? We've already got Drew J. We've already got the final of this tournament. We've already got Solo versus Roman. We've already got Liv versus Rhea. And we've already got Punk, Seth. And we might have just done New Day versus Ray. To be honest with you, I think we're done match-wise. You could probably put one more in if you really wanted to, but I think 6 matches, 2 an hour is absolutely fine. And we know that we're going to get segments. with Cena and Becky, and there might be some call-ups, and we've got the whole transfer window thing as well, you know? So there's plenty of stuff that we need to be doing. Hopefully we get the Wyatt 6 as well, and we get a Wyatt... We haven't had any Wyatt 6 stuff tonight, you know? Right now, Lyra stomping down on the legs of Iyo. Lyra against the ropes, through the ropes, drop kick, down goes Iyo. Is this going to take us to commercial break? Lyra looking really good. Wade Barrett said, I thought Iyo would come out the gates and dominate, but it's actually Lyra that's dominating at the moment. Iyo goes back to the corner. Lyra charges over. Dom peels his dino nuggies. Wade wears socks in the shower. Lyra going down as we go to commercial break. I've not been this excited for a show since WrestleMania 40. Next week will be amazing. I agree. I absolutely agree. I think next week is going to be amazing because when you actually go down that match cards, it is very, very exciting. The boys on Reddit bookmarked that move by Lyra. What's this? Could be nothing, but why is Rhea's stuff back in the Judgment Day clubhouse? The skull Rhea licked. Rhea chains. Rhea picture. Okay. I don't think there's much to it. It's worth being aware of. So here, look, there's this, which... I mean, a skull. I don't really connect that with Rhea, just because she licked it once doesn't really do anything for me. Rhea change. Can't really see them, to be honest, but they're there. The Rhea picture, I suppose, is interesting. But then if they were just doing, like, matches, Liv against Rhea, then that would explain why... Plus, also, she's all over the game. If they go to, like, a main menu, there's probably a chance that Rhea's picture will be there. So, I don't know. I don't know that there's really anything to it, to be honest. Some more chains, apparently, on the wall. I mean, she might have interacted with this skull in this image, but... does anyone look at that skull and see like a Rhea connection? Because I don't. I don't have that. Doesn't have a connection to Rhea in my mind. So I think there's a bit of a reach in there personally, but that's the kind of stuff that kind of gains traction. To be honest, people hate the idea that they've missed out on something. And so that's the kind of stuff that people really jump on, even though I don't think personally there's a great deal to it. Iyo Sky is in the corner like someone is about to jump someone. There's a lot of women that are due for comebacks. I forget that Asuka has been out for a long time, said Poppy Crocs. Yeah, she's due back. Alexa's due back. Charlotte's due back. Carmella, don't know when she's coming back, but... Okay, well, we're going back. We're going back to the show now. We're just going through the crowds. We're just seeing from the luxury seats. Let's go. Lyra in the corner. Charging over, going for a kick. Oh, open palm strike there by Iyo. Drop kick. Lyra goes back to the corner. Iyo starting to come back into this match. We've got Iyo going up. She's perched. She comes down with a missile drop kick. Down goes Lyra. Going for the cover. 1, 2. First semi-final was really fun. This one doing all right as well. How long we got? We got just over 20 minutes. I don't think this is going to go... Iyo is up in the corner. Lyra throwing in a shot to the back there of Iyo. And again, Lyra in control. She's got Iyo on her shoulder. Iyo trying to come down. She does, looking for the power bomb. Lands on her feet. Oh, drop kick. Goes up, Lyra. Boom! Into a DDT. She's got her up. Suplex. Real back and forth, this. 1, 2, Lyra. Kick out by Iyo. Iyo is already a legend, said Poppy Crocs. Over against the ropes goes Lyra. Roll up. Iyo grabbing her. Looking into a deadlift. German. She's got her up. Yes. Gets it. 1, 2. Kick out there by Lyra. Wow. Right now, grabbing a hold of Lyra. Double underhooks. Trying to put her away. Oof. Lyra swinging net breaker. Gets it. Lyra going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out again by Iyo. Kick out again by Iyo. Oh my God. Goodbye Network TV. Not a bad little match this. Let's end this poll. Very, very close on the poll, you know. Yeah, crowd are starting to chant, this is awesome. Shot coming in there by Iyo. They're up in the corner. Oh! 1, 2. Iyo with the pin. Kick out by Lyra. My God, these two are cooking, man. This is great. This is great. I think Lyra's just flopped to the outside. Iyo is on the outside of the ring herself. She's climbing up. She's going to go for a moonsault. Yeah, she is. And she does. Oh! That was a really good shot, actually. I thought that shot looked better. Iyo is on her feet. Charging over. Double knees by Iyo. Oh, it does feel like the beginning of the end now. She's going to go up for that moonsault. Iyo in control. Lyra down. Lyra moves. Lyra moves. Iyo coming over. She grabs Lyra. Lyra round the back. Lots of quick reversals. Great match. Great match. Roll up 1, 2, kick out by Lyra into a pin. Bridges. Lyra gets it. Lyra gets it. She beats Iyo. Oh, let's go, Queen. Team Lyra. She just beat Iyo Sky. The genius of the sky. Yeah, just have it. Grab it. It's yours. You basically won it. I'd take it. Might as well start wearing it. She's like, I'm this close. I'm coming for you, belt. I'm coming for you. Yeah. Well, I am honestly shocked at that. I thought they would go all damage control final. But I love the fact they're still investing in Lyra. I think she's a great talent. And I think to stop investing in her would be such a shame. On January 6th. So, video package for Roman Solo. Nathan said, I'm so happy I could have Chelsea and Lyra as champions. To be honest, I mean, if Iyo had won, I would have been pleased. I really like Iyo. So, I mean, there's no drama. But, yeah, if I get to choose, I really like Lyra. So, we've got this video package right now. Paul Heyman, there can only be one tribal chief. Okay, here's Seth. 16 minutes left to go. Da-na-na. Seth Rollins and CM Punk. Whoa. I legit popped for Lyra winning. I didn't think it was going to happen, said Mitchell. I'm so late. Can you give me a recap, said Tyler. Jay Drew made for next week. Lyra Dakota is the final for next week's. Well, is it next week actually? Have they said? Is it next week or the week after for that final of the women's tournament? I need to have a look at that, don't I? I need to have a look at that. I keep saying it's next week, but I don't know that it is. I'm just presuming it is. So, yeah, we got that. What else did we get? Damian and the War Raiders managed to beat... Damian and the War Raiders managed to beat Judgment Day. And Chad beat Otis. Yes, Lyra, let's go, said Blue Will Sonic. Nando said, more faith. Iyo is going to win the Rumble now that she lost here. Plus, Iyo beat Lyra in Queen of the Ring. So I did have a feeling that she would win, says Nando. Nathan said, Raw could be a 9. I've not given a high score for a Raw all month long. 2 weeks. Need to pay attention, said Scottish Nightmare. Hard to do in it when I've got to talk to people. Lots of plates to spin. Kim Shanes said maybe CM Punk will make a phone call and the APA will appear and JBL will give Seth the clothesline from hell. Then Ron Simmons will say, damn. Hannah said Meltzer apparently said that Khan was proud to show all in footage as it got them a TV deal. Khan was proud to show the all-in footage as it got them the TV deal. I don't know what this means. Do you mean the behind-the-scenes footage? Cool. Are we going to watch Raw Talk for the Wyatt 6? Do you know what? We might have to. I really don't want to. Because there's never really anything else on there that's that interesting. So I would much rather get off and start working on like the review video and Unseen in particular. But yeah, I mean, I've got to think there's going to be something Wyatt 6. And listen, lessons have been learnt. I definitely don't want to do Unseen and then flip in a Wyatt 6 moment happens and then I've got to, you know, I don't have to redo it. I can always insert an extra little bit, but yeah, don't know. At the moment, yes, because I can't see there being any Wyatt 6 stuff on this show. Unless it happens, you know, when we go back and then we've got Seth CM Punk. Daze, is the Wyatt 6 segment your favourite part of the show? Depends what it is, doesn't it? It's not just blindly my favourite part of the show. It really depends what it is. Okay, here we go. We're going back from the commercial break. But the show is okay so far. We should have had a face-to-face with Rhea. Okay, we just got the promo for the new Raw logo. Shay said, this is going to be my first Rumble. I'm wondering, Cody, Kevin, ladder match, can they still come out in the Rumble? Yes. Yes. But it makes it a little less likely. The old double duty. Okay, we are back at the arena. Seth Rollins is in the ring. I think it is going to be a case that the Wyatt 6 are going to be on Raw Talk again. The Bird Lady is going to win the tournament and then get confronted after the win by Becky. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. It's a good shout. Okay, Seth is in the ring. What do you say? We go out with a bang. Last Raw of the year. Last Raw on USA Network.
In 10 years in the making. The voice of the voiceless versus the visionary. The Second City Saint versus the
10 years in the making, this match.
The self-proclaimed best in the world versus the real best in the world.
The self-proclaimed best in the world versus the real best in the world.
With Seth freaking Rollins. And here's the deal. After next week, you know where you're going to be able to find me. I will be here on Monday night. I will be here the Monday after that. The Monday after that. The Monday after that. I will be fighting in this ring because that's what I do.
Okay, so Seth said you'll find me here next Monday, and the Monday after that, and the Monday after that.
For him, what's he going to do? He's going to cry about it. He's going to whine about it.
He'll cry about it. He'll whine about it.
Pick up his ball, go home.
Here he is. So CM Punk's making his way out. Okay, CM Punk making his way down to the ring. We got 8 minutes. Daze, right before we go back from commercial break, Bron Breakker wants Raw general manager for a quick second. Oh, really? We didn't get that. It'll be quite good when we go to Netflix. Okay, Punk is in the ring with Seth. This is going to be pretty fun. We have seen them in the ring before.
Industry plant cliche bootlicker line I've ever heard in my entire life. What paragon of virtue did you get that from, huh? Who originally said that? That wanted to turn the people against the boys when he got told no, or when he got told you're wrong? Did Stone Cold Steve Austin take his ball and go home? You know, I haven't seen the man around these parts in quite some time. Did she take her ball?
Oh, I've not seen the man around these parts. Did she take her ball and go home? I tell you what, he's in a bad mood, isn't he? He's come out in a bad mood. I hope that Seth Rollins has got his A game, because he's going to need all of it right now. He's going to need all of it. I was sick and tired and I left. You stayed and you hated it.
None. I don't want to talk about the last 10 years. Let's talk about the last 10 months, Seth.
I don't want to talk about the last 10 years. Let's talk about the last 10 months.
How's your knee, Matt? How's that knee?
How's your neck?
How's your insides? Because I watched Big Bronson Reed hit you with 6 suits.
How's your knee?
How's your pride?
How's your insides?
Revenge on him, and you saw me break his ankle in War Games.
This has got that feeling that this could go south quick, doesn't it? It really feels like someone could say something here and that we get a whole Hangman Page situation.
Right. I came back. I didn't want to make friends. I said very publicly I'm here to make money, and next week, oh baby, I get to make a boatload of cash, making you the victim you so badly want to be, little brother.
Little brother. I'm going to make you the victim you so badly want to be. No, he's cooking. He's flipping cooking.
You know the difference between you and everybody else?
Raw should have just been 2 hours of this.
All right. My wife, she's taking a break to raise a kid. I know you don't know what that's like.
My wife is taking a break to raise a kid. I know you don't know what that's like.
He ever made. He understands about change. All right. You left. You wanted this place to die with the echoes of those CM Punk chants. You went on your buddy's podcast, tried to tear this place down.
You went on your buddy's podcast and tried to tear this place down.
Shot you could to try to kill this place, and you still couldn't do it. And then you took a big chunk of change to go join the competition. How'd that work out for you?
You took a big chunk of change to join the competition. How did that work for you? It worked well for him. It worked well. Not so well for Tony Khan.
I never felt ashamed. I fought and I stayed. Because
I fought and I stayed.
all right? That's how they're made. They're made in the trenches, not by cowards who abandon their families.
Calls him a coward.
That's how we win the war. And we won the war. And you want to come back in here and you want to wave the flag with us? No way.
We won the war.
Not the damn big brother.
You want to come back and wave the flag with us?
So you will take another 10 years off after the 6th, but it's not going to be a decision.
Seth is bringing his A game. Punk came out and was hot. Seth has come out and is hot.
You can recognize the pioneers because of the arrows in their back. I was the first one through the wall and I got bloodied for it. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me.
You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me.
I loved the place I worked. I just hated the guy in charge, and he loved you. And in situations
Watch your mouth.
you should have had my back,
I hated the guy in charge,
arrows in it.
but he loved you.
And then I leave, and lo and behold, he shows his true colors.
Wow.
And he stabs Roman Reigns in the
They're
head.
flipping ending Raw with a segment of the year.
Trying to play victim in a situation that he created. Those arrows kill weak people. The greats, above all odds, find a way to march forward, and I left because I had to.
I
Got
left
far enough away until those arrows couldn't reach me anymore.
because I had to.
I started to be able to pull them out. And after a few more years, I pulled them all out. And I came back because for 7 years, they chanted, mostly during your television time,
For 7 years, they chanted, and mostly during your TV time, CM Punk.
I should be dead, Seth, but I'm not. And oh, aren't the arrow throwers mad?
I should be dead, but I'm not. And aren't the arrow throwers mad? So good. It's brilliant.
I carry to this day. And I'm walking into LA, Netflix, live and in living color, with a fistful of arrows, and I'm gonna jam them down your corporate throat.
I'm gonna jam these arrows down your corporate throat. Loud CM Punk chants. Promo of the year, said Mayor Pete. Justice for Larry, says Metal Mama. Incredible.
No, I've never said this to your face.
I've never said this to your
Maybe
face.
once upon a time you were a pioneer. What you have become is a cancer.
You've become a cancer. You're not a pioneer.
To that locker room, you are a cancer in my brain. You are a cancer to this business. And cancer does not cure itself. The only way to defeat it is to cut it out. So in 1 week,
In 1 week,
you bring your fistful of arrows,
bring your arrows.
eyes of fire, and my heart full of hate and rage, and I will burn you to the ground.
Who doesn't want to see this match, man? Who doesn't want to see this match? You bring your arrows. I'm going to bring my eyes of fire. I'm going to bring my heart full of hate. And I will burn you to the ground. Ah! Oh my God, what a promo. What an amazing promo. What an amazing way to end this show. What an amazing way to end Raw on Netflix. I genuinely put that exchange up there with the promos of the year. I genuinely put that up there. Not just like, you know, oh, we've had a bit of an okay show and that was amazing, but genuinely that is right up there. We just ended Raw on the USA Network with a legit segment of the year. It was amazing. I feel like we should even rate it, to be honest. And let's end that. That match is gonna be fire. Yeah, look at people really enjoyed it. Let me jot this down. So Lyra versus Iyo. I'm really pleased to see that got a great rating. I think it really deserves it. 52% great, 28% good, 17% all-time, 2% bad. So that has picked up a great 69%. Let's just do a quick rundown, shall we? See what people think about that promo segment. I'm not looking to run away because I really would like some Wyatt 6 stuff. Great. Good. Bad. Boom. That promo was the best thing that was on tonight. It was brilliant, wasn't it? I agree with you. I completely agree. Grant said that is the best promo of the year, and we just got it on December 30th. Do you know, the only other promo I can think that runs it close is Seth and Punk again. But do you remember that one with Drew? It was, I think, the same episode as the one where The Rock and Cody were outside in the rain. And it's the one where Drew's got his shirt on and Punk's got that amazing line of, "I've never needed another man's name on a shirt to sell it." I mean, that was an amazing line. That promo was fantastic.
Seth Rollins is what main events are all about. This is why people are calling this the most anticipated fight maybe in WWE history. 10 years in the making.
Sam Roberts said people are calling this the most anticipated fight in WWE history. I mean, that is a crazy thing to say. I certainly don't think that's true. But it's probably one of. I mean, if you think from the moment Punk came back, Seth was the one we were talking about. This is a collision course we have been waiting for a long, long time. We are on Raw Talk, by the way. No Wyatt 6 stuff on Raw, which is, I think, going to be very disappointing to people, but almost certainly guarantees we'll get something on this show. I think I'm going to put this Raw in the 8 club. Lot of good wrestling, and that final segment was all time. 7 said Navaldo. I think you missed the super chat. Yeah, we'll catch up with those. We will get to them. Well, let's get to them now, because I suppose some people might want to run away. Mark, shout out to you, buds. Said, Daze, local to you, Shrewsbury came out to Cult of Personality for the second half of their home games. Respect. Arsenal do a lot of that, don't they? Coming out to wrestling themes. There's a lot of times I see Arsenal clips from the Emirates where they've been playing. I think when Sid passed away, they played his music at halftime. So, yeah, interesting. I didn't know that about Shrewsbury. Very local to me. The two closest places, like big places, are Telford and Shrewsbury. They're both about 20-25 minutes in a car. And they're the two biggest places. Stoke is not too far either, actually. So Stoke-on-Trent, Telford, Shrewsbury, those are all like super close. So yeah, you are right. Well done. Rodney said, is anyone else losing interest in the Wyatts? The Shears as writers leaving them off all the time. They just like wrestle once a month. Nah, it's been a big talking point, to be honest, for a while. Tommy's girlfriend said, sorry, Trini, you can dance with your boy Tony. I'm not fooled by his incompetence playing any role with a good outcome. Hello, Tommy's girlfriends. You do look like you've got a William Hensey picture. Punk just got embarrassed by Rollins, said Shaub. Do you think so? I thought it was quite even, to be honest. I'm going to finish the job, says Finn.
We're going to take back our tag team titles. And 2025 is going to be a brilliant year for the Judgment Day.
2025 will be a brilliant year for the Judgment Day.
2025, here we come. I love it.
Okay, well, they're excited for 2025.
Judgment Day in 2025. We are going to find out next week when Monday Night Raw makes its Netflix debut. Liv Morgan defends their Women's World title against
The next Raw should be good. Next Raw is going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. I effing loathe Tony Khan with every fibre of my being. Not one atom in that husk of inhumanity has any value to anything worth a flying boop. Okay, but tell me how you really feel. Come on, Wyatt! Do you think we're going to see Tommy Toy Travel's girlfriend kiss tomorrow? Well, I hope not. If there's even remotely a chance that she might appear on the pods, I will cut the feeds. I've got the ability to do that. She will get no airtime from me. So, no. I will protect you from that. They're just talking about Judgment Day and how they were never meant to have a leader.
Thinking they are the leader, and what happens? The family finds unity without that kind of toxic.
Well, it kind of seems like Finn thinks he's the leader now.
Finn thinks he's the leader. He does a bit, doesn't he?
There's no leader.
But next week that matchup is going
Okay, so they're talking about Liv and Rhea.
to premiere on Monday.
Hopefully we should be done with that. I seem to remember that we got the Wyatt 6 quite early last week. I'm kind of hoping that they do the same. Commercial break. Daze, what was the best match? Oh, Lyra Iyo. Loved it. Thought they did a great job. Triple threat. Tommy's girlfriend and Tony, said Maggie. Kim Shane said the only positive thing Tony has done is sign Palinha and then sold him as well. So I love him and I hate him. Daze will call her a witch and cut Triple T's feet. Yeah, that is very me. I take no prisoners, to be honest. Certainly on this subject that is so important. Daze, can you shout me out? Said Keelan. Keelan, shout out to you, buds. Hope you enjoyed Raw. I think everyone enjoyed that closing part of Raw. It was excellent. Is NXT on YouTube tomorrow? Do you know what? I haven't seen anything official on it, but the word on the street was yes. It is expected to be on YouTube. So I don't know if WWE UK have kind of confirmed it or if anyone's reached out to them. I actually have not had anyone tag me in anything regarding that. But then saying that, I don't think people are as interested in NXT as they were Saturday night's main event. So there probably are a few less people that have kind of reached out to them over it. But I'm under the impression that it is YouTube, yes. Between Renee and Linda, who would you date if they were both single? Linda? She's experienced. She's powerful. She's got serious money as well. You know? What are you going to get from Renee? Probably crying, aren't you? Because, like, Renee Young or Renee Moxley. If you get in with her, then it means that her relationship to John has probably ended. And she's probably just going to be, like, all emotional about it. Whereas I don't know that Linda is going to be that emotional about Vince. Because I think they parted ages ago. Daze, I'm glad to be a supporter. I really appreciate it, dudes. Have you seen the post on X? I tagged you of my daughter, Make a Wish, Friday Night Cody. It was amazing. I'm actually still going through the process of them, so feel free to ping it through. I mean, I should get to it anyway. If I liked it, then I've seen it. If I haven't liked it, I've not yet got to it, so I'm still sort of working my way through. I get, you know, this isn't a brag. It really isn't a brag, but I do get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of notifications every day, so trying to get through them all is really, really difficult, to be honest. It's getting harder and harder and harder. Oh, hello, here we go. Here's Final Testament. You threw up a white flag. We had a chance to move on. We beat them. You want to talk to me about sharks? Carrion's like, this is the guy I want.
The guy last week made us look like crap. And now I have to clean up your mess. You bet the Wyatts aren't going away. They're coming back. And there's going to be a final showdown.
There's going to be a final showdown. So Carrion said there will be a final showdown. You're in this till the bitter end.
A couple of days ago, I taped an interview with Carrion Cross. It's going to air on Wrestle later this week, and I told him, Carrion, my favorite part about a horror movie.
Final showdown looming. We got a graphic that says final showdown looming. Dexter Lumen. Well, will we hear a response from the Wyatts?
You know what he said? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. He just laughed. He knows what he's doing. Karrion Kross is a master manipulator.
He is a master manipulator.
Into the last place in the world that the Miz wants to be, and that is in an absolute.
Carrion is a master manipulator. Yes, I agree. He might have awoken something in the Miz. Come on, Wyatt. Say something. You boomers.
Karrion Kross is a smart guy. Maybe Karrion Kross knows that the Miz is constantly at battle with the two sides.
It's good promo, that. I liked it. I liked how he got Miz, like, fired up. Final showdown tease. Yeah. And the picture they've got has got Howdy in, of course.
And the WWE universe, I think that Karrion Kross wants to keep the Miz over here, the guy with the chip on his shoulder, because honestly, that makes him the most valuable to Karrion Kross.
Well, the entire women's division has been looking for appreciation ever since the Intercontinental.
That might be it, mightn't it, to be honest? I mean, I think if the Wyatts were going to say something, I think it would have been during that part of the broadcast.
Right here on Raw is Dakota Kai taking out Zoe Stark.
They've moved on from that feud, and now they're talking about the women's matches. Tony, shout out to you. Mombi of Baby Barry. Aww. Hope Bazza's doing well. I hope Bazza enjoyed that promo segment. Kylan, shout out to you, my friends. You make the best streams, that we love them, and keep up the great work. Thank you, buds. Daze, did you buy any desserts or pastries at Costco? I usually get cinnamon rolls, custard apple pie pastry, pecan pastry, and croissants and cakes. I've only ever been to Costco once, and we bought a dessert from there because they had quite big cakes there. And we was like, oh, we could buy that and have a bit. We bought this cheesecake and we got it back. And my parents weren't keen on it, to be honest. They were like, it's not really that great. It's quite marshmallowy. And they were like, no, I'm not creating it. I flipping loved it. I absolutely loved it. So my dad has to drive past it when he's on his way home. He actually popped in and bought me another one because it was on the way back. So he popped in, he picked up a cheesecake. So I've actually got one in the fridge. I've only ever been once. So no, we didn't buy pastries or any of that stuff, but we did get the I can't remember what it's called, caramel crunch cheesecake, but it tastes more marshmallowy than anything else, to be honest. Since they're promoting the 13th Raw, I'm guessing that the Wyatt's feud and that showdown, it might take place there. They could set it all up next week. They could, and actually, they do need to do that. I mean, there's no point going big week one and then not having anything to follow it up with, you know? So it does make sense to kind of do that. Do you know what? I mean, do we go? I don't know. Do we go? I'm thinking the Wyatt Six, if they were going to speak, I think they would have spoke. I'll tell you what, let's end this poll, shall we? Because I really do want to get Unseen up at a good time. Promo score all time, 57%. Great, 31%. Good, 9%. 0% bads. Wow. You lot flipping love that promo segment. You watch. I know I'm going to end it and then the Wyatt Six are going to appear. What's your excitement level for next week? Probably about a 9. High. Really high. I really like the card, but what what I'm hoping for are the surprises and, big names and legends. I think I would have liked a graphic showing us that some legends would be there next week, But, yeah, I mean, The Rock's rumoured. There was rumours of The Undertaker being there. But this was a good few months ago now, and I haven't seen anything since. So I don't know whether to expect him or not, but his name was certainly being mentioned a few months ago. We know that Cena's going to be there. So, yeah, I'd be interested to know, of a few more legends that could be around. But other than that, no, I mean, I think the card looks brilliant, and I'm pretty sure we're going to get Becky as well, so. Blue Wheel Sonic said, thank you, 2024. I wish you a happy new year. Blue Wheel Sonic, shout out to you. Kylan said, can you shout me out? Yeah. Just did, but shout out to you, dude. Daniel, hello. Boomer Days, how are we? Emotionally strong. Thank you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Bing Blue said Raw review. Yeah, we always do a Raw review. I'll put it up now because it can be quite hard to get to. So on my Twitter accounts, I'm putting up the feedback request. What did you think about Raw? What did you think about Raw? So there we go. You can actually vote on the Wrestling Daze Opinions channel on YouTube. You can go to my Twitter account and you can leave a comment. And I go through those comments on the video, the breakdown video. There it is. Feedback required. What did you think about Raw? 1 comment per person, please. So that is up now. But the first job I'm going to do is run away and start working on tonight's Unseen. So I think we do call it quits there. We're just going back. I'm going to see Is there anything Wyatt 6 as we come back from commercial break? Or do we just go straight to like a women's segment or something? Here we go. You've got my attention for like a minute. Because I know I'm going to go, and I know they're going to flip in, show the Wyatt 6. Metal Mama said, if I don't see you before, Happy New Year, and you, my friends. Love you all. Here's to 2025. We've got this. It's going to be a great year. I'm so excited for it. No Wyatt 6. We just go to Lyra and Iyo. So I will keep my eyes peeled as I'm getting Unseen together, but I don't want Unseen going up too late. So I think we call it quits there. So a massive thank you to everyone that joined us. Hope that you enjoyed the show. I thought there were some really great moments in there. Certainly the final match and Seth and Punk. So some really enjoyable stuff in there. But it's all about next week, isn't it? It's all about next week. We are back tomorrow. Wrestling, Escape Pods, and NXT. Then, of course, we are away. Well, we'll have Unseens, but no streams for a few days. And then Friday, we're back for SmackDown, the first SmackDown of 2025. So, yeah, awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate the support. And Steve said, Daze, I've been watching for a few years. Can you say hi to my girlfriend, Becky? We got engaged last week and we're having a baby. What do you think was the biggest moment on SmackDown? What, tonight? Biggest moment on SmackDown? Well, the end. No, hang on. It's Raw tonight. Do you mean biggest moment from SmackDown from the year? Like, just gone? A lot of Bloodline stuff, wasn't there? So, I think... What was it that won? The slap between... I feel like one of the big moments was when Cody came out and The Rock came out and kind of revealed that he was going to take Cody's place. I mean, it maybe wasn't exciting, but it was really dramatic. So I feel like that has got to be right up there. I feel like the slap has got to be up there. But to be perfectly honest with you, I think Raw had the better moments for me. I think Raw had the better moments. But there were still some big moments. Obviously, a lot of the Bloodline story played out over on SmackDown. And we got a lot of Rock and Cody and all of that stuff. But, yeah, I think if I had to choose, I would say Raw had the bigger moments. But congrats, my friend. Shout out to you. Shout out to your girlfriend, Becky. And congrats on the baby as well. So 2025 is going to be a massive year for you, isn't it? So amazing. Right, awesome. Thanks for watching. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.